Yo, hello? Hang on. Oh, this is turned off. There we go. What's going on? There we go. That's a bit better. How are we? Happy Sunday. Yeah, happy Sunday. How's everyone's weekends been so far? I have had a very, very busy week. And I think today I'm very excited to be able to actually like sit down, be able to grind out a good story game. So for those that don't know what I'm going to be doing, I'm essentially going to be doing like 100% run, not in one stream. This is going to be. I love this game. What's up, Shiki? Dude, I love. Yeah, I played a little bit of Horizon, but I never finished it. But I thought, you know what? I'm better off. Why don't I just try and do it 100% run? Like, thing is, yeah, it's this game. I'm not even kidding. Is going to take me a good few months because I've got to do this game twice, and the second time I have to do it on hardest difficulty and something else. I know I don't have to do DLC twice. Actually, hang on, let me find it because I loaded it up yesterday just to make sure it was running fine. Because, yeah, there's 79 trophies. Actually, you know what? I should actually... Give me one sec. Gaming. Where is it? Trophy count. Copy. No. Paste. Where am I going to put this? I'll put it up here. Put it up here. There we go. So, yeah, we've got a little, I don't even know what you call it. Like, I guess like overlay. So, anytime that I get a trophy, this little counter will go up. So, let me show you. So, if I do that, so yeah, counter's gone up by 1. So, it's every time we get a trophy, and I'm going to try and keep it in the stream title as well. That way, it's easier for me that way to figure out where I'm at. Actually, I just realized I don't have my Chatterino open. How you been, Shiki? How's your weekend? Yeah, I'm keen to play. I'm keen to play this. I'm very excited. So I think let me have a look. Actually, I'm gonna take that. I better take that trophy off just so no one doesn't get confused. There we go. So I can get a studio mode as well. Let me have a look. So yeah, so I got 79 trophies. A lot of them are like fairly straightforward. It's like obviously just doing like a lot of leveling. A lot of leveling using a lot of like different combat mechanics. Uh yeah. Like some is gonna take me a while to actually probably do. Cause yeah, there's one that says complete all side quests and errands in the frozen wilds. So that's DLC. That's DLC. We're gonna focus on main story to start with, and then I'm gonna like I'll have to figure out. I'm gonna have to see how long DLC is. Because if DLC is not that long, possibly you might do it in one go. Because, like I said, I think yeah, got to put complete new game plus on any difficulty, but I have to do on. I'm probably gonna do it on ultra hard so I can get it on both those trophies done. Benito should be. It'll feel rewarding in the end. It will feel rewarding in the end. But I'm not gonna waste any more time, honestly. I am not gonna waste any more time. I don't think is I don't know if I'm gonna play this on controller or if I'm gonna play this on and M and K. I don't. That's the only thing I don't know. I don't actually. You know what? I've got a controller here. I might as well. I just might as well just use like. I've been using this to rank in Apex, so you know, might as well use it for what you call it, Horizon. Plus, it's actually a controller that's actually suited for um. It's actually suited for this game, considering it came out in PS4 or came out on PlayStation, to say. So one more thing is, I can't even remember if I actually have a redeem for this. Not redeem. Buddy command is. I might actually just do it as a pin message. So dreams or triggers. I should make this a command, to be fair. Um. Suppose. All right, there we go. I should make that a command. To be fair, I don't know why I haven't, but you know, is what is. But I think I'm not gonna waste any more time. I'm gonna just get straight into it because, like I said, I think with how long this game is in itself, um, it's gonna take me a good few months to get this one done because because after this we're gonna probably do Forbidden West because that's coming to PC next month. Maybe what I'll slap you. Hey, you're all good, Cheeky. You're all good. Did you get up to anything, Cheeky? Or you just been chilling? Yeah, because I think Forbidden West is coming to. Jesus, yeah, I forgot about that. It's not. Yeah, exactly 1 month. So exactly 1 month we're gonna have Forbidden West. It's $100, or it's 94 bucks. I think thing is by the time that I actually finish by the time I finish Horizon Zero Dawn, I'm actually excited. I want to beat this game at some point. Yeah, I mean, I started it like ages ago, and then I just got sidetracked, and then I never really went back. So it's kind of like I'm keen to actually just like do a full 100% run, 100% playthrough of this game. I'm very, very, very freaking keen, and I think I'm gonna keep this to weekends, or if I don't stream on weekends, I'm gonna do it on a like Thursday, Friday. So I think I might do other content during the week, and then like towards the end of the week, it's gonna be like 100% run sort of thing. Um, we'll see. It might change. It just really depends on my schedule. That's the hard part. It's just my schedule. Rightio. Enough yapping. Unknown to controller support. This game is not provided. Oh well. See, I need to move my OBS so I can see it still. And I need to move my. Where's my chat? Twitch chat. There's Twitch chat. And Stream Elements dashboard. I'm just gonna shut this over here. There we go. All right, perfect. Perfect. Oh, I need a game capture. Have I got a capture? No, you capture any full screen application? Oh, because my wait. If I put it down here, if I turn that off. Okay. That's annoying. That's very annoying. Alright. I don't want that on. Alright. I'm going to tune off the music and I need to change my game as well. So game Horizon Zero Dawn. Can I even? Oh god, I can't even spell it. Uh. Oh wait, I don't have Nightbot anymore. That's why. The. Oh, actually, I should take off chat as well. Actually, I just realized. Horizon Zero Dawn. Oh, maybe not. Actually, I might make it a little bit smaller. I'll move the chat. Actually, I'm gonna move chat up. No, I don't want to do that. I want to grab this, move that up there, and make that a little bit smaller. A little bit smaller. Set game. There we go. Okay. I think that should be right. I think we should be right there. Is that trophy thing good? That's good. I think that's about right. Sweet. All right. Let's get this show on the road, I guess. Display subtitles on? Yes. God, this game looks so good on PC. We're about to find out. Herman Holmes. Oh my. All those big fucking things are massive. I'm just in shock how good this looks. What the? You play one of my games to access stars. I'll just full. That's all good. All right. So, make sure settings are right. Favorite quality, ultimate quality. I think should be you should be right to play on realistically. We might just see what it will look like and then kind of like go from there. I need to double check something though because I realized something that came up on that.
Wii Horizon. I have never played this but am excited to see. Also Haiku and 7,777,777,777.
Hi Horizon. I don't know why that was playing because that shouldn't be playing. Actually, you know what I'm gonna do. How are you, Horizon? I'm excited to play this as well. TTS, pause, pause. What else? That, pause. How's your weekend? I think that's everything. I guess I only turned it off in the starting soon. All right, give me one sec. Studio mode again. Now, just wondering, do I have to play this? Um, where is it? I wonder if it's on allow transparency. Maybe that was the issue. Capture cursor, use anti-cheat compatibility hook. Capture third-party overlay such as Steam. Okay, no. We don't want that. Oh, wait. We can still see that? Oh, wait, I'm an idiot because I'm not actually on. Yeah. I mean, problem is I could see. I'm going to be just getting mad at random right now. We went sometime picking. Oh, nice. Sounds like a pretty chill weekend, honestly. Except for the Apex randoms. That's not fun. That's not fun. I think the problem is I had I could see in the cutscene. I think someone went online on Steam, and I could see it in the top corner. And because I have oh, hang on, I've got to go. And because I have a where is it? So if I turn off Game Cacher, because I have this as like when I don't have anything open, it can show in like that bottom left corner. So that's why I was like, probably need to try and fix that before I start the game properly. But I'm glad your weekend was good. So good game capture. All right, we should be chilling. I guess we're gonna leave. Actually, yeah, no, I'm gonna leave that. I think I'm gonna just put it normal. Yeah, because we're gonna put it normal, and then because we're gonna do New Game Plus, that's when I go to ultra hard. This is where I'm gonna probably die a lot. Ooh, ooh. Ooh. That's kind of hurt. Yes, cheeky I am. Is the game looking alright? Like, does it look alright, or do I need to turn it down a little bit? I think it looks fine for me. I just headshot the sniper to kill the pathfinder midair. Why can't I just? It's always the way, isn't it? Oh wait, that's right. I was doing. Looks good. All right, sweet. Just want to make sure. That's why I always have like metal or something like that open when I'm not streaming. Brother, I play on. That's right. You play on the Switch. Ooh. Where are we going? I'll go this way. Oh, up we go. I love Halo's. Yeah, no, it's good, isn't it? Eh? The whole design of the game is just. I love it. I forget what these are called. Much with this game. Oh. Nah, I know why. It's alright. Give me a sec. No, it's not copyright. Always forget to do this. It's alright. I'll restart. I mean, we went that far. Ah. I thought I wouldn't hear her lovely voice. No, no. And her father voice. Yeah. It's one thing I keep forgetting to actually getting to do. You should be able to hear her now. And you should be able to hear game. I hope.
Looks tight, but I can get through. This must be a ruin of the metal world. One of the old places. Ross said never go in places like this. But I have to find a way out.
Up go. Bats.
There is something up ahead. What's that? There's something shiny there.
Toggle the focus.
A metal door. Closed. Maybe this device I found can help.
We go around. Yeah, gotta go around.
It changed color.
Hello. Run, little Aloy, run.
The door changed color too. It did it. What's that?
That's another dead person, I think.
It's got a device.
You think I want it this way? It's the best I can do. He's right behind you. Hi! Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man. Look, Daddy can't be there with you and Mom, but we can still have a party, right? Sure we can.
Show me. Show me again.
I can do. He's right behind you. Hi! Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man. Look, Daddy can't be there with you and Mom, but we can still have a party, right? Sure we can.
Happy birthday, Isaac. Daddy sure does love his little big man.
Yes, he does. What a wholesome moment. Wait, what the fuck? That was so sad. I wasn't ready to cry watching this. It's a pretty, like, it's a very good game, but
What happened
it's
to them?
it's very full on some parts.
He found me. Ross found me.
Oh, but I press. Oh, it must have been cutscene.
Christ. Come, girl. Take my hand. You don't belong down there. Come. Such places are forbidden, Aloy.
I fell in.
They are of the metal world. What is that on your face?
Nothing.
Did you find it down there?
Hey, boss.
Give it to me.
No.
Aloy, such things are dangerous.
No!
Well, if you're gonna go sneaking away from home, you'll need to know how to survive in the wild. Come, Aloy. Home now. But starting tomorrow, you will learn to hunt.
Hey, I was first and didn't know how to redeem. I've always had that redeem.
All these shapes. What do they mean?
Take your bow. Enough muttering to that plaything. We descend to the valley now. Follow.
Yeah, what doing, boss?
The wilds can be dangerous, Aloy. You will need to stay close and do as I
Putting
say.
that light. Nice.
I know.
Now, you're still scratched up from that fall you took yesterday. So let's start there. Take this medicine pouch. I'll show you how to fill it. See this plant over here? It's called salve brush. Come, gather its berries in your pouch. Good. Now eat the berries.
Blech.
They may taste bitter, but they can save your life. Always keep your pouch full of medicinal berries, flowers, and plants.
Where are we?
Nice
This
tutorial.
valley is just a part of All Mother's embrace.
Embrace.
The Nora tribe watches these lands and keeps out the most dangerous machines. Usually.
This is a pretty, like,
Further
immersive
downriver,
tutorial.
we'll find a herd of machines, and I will teach you how to hunt.
Are they dangerous?
All machines are dangerous, Aloy. Their power must be respected. But I will be beside you. Aloy, a machine's coming. Crouch and follow me into the tall grass.
To the tall grass
There.
we go.
Now stay low.
Little one.
No, Aloy. Such machines are called Watchers. You must learn to avoid their gaze. If you are to survive in the wilds, I will show you. Listen close and do as I do. Stay still. Wait for it to pass. Now keep low and follow me across the trail to that tall grass. Oh, another one. Let it pass.
Where? Oh, there.
Come, back this way. The slower you move, the quieter you'll be. And crouched walking is quieter than upright.
Is the in-game music all that good? Like,
Wait
all
for it.
good? Because I feel like it's a little bit louder for me, so...
That's the last of them. Let's
Ah.
move on.
Yeah, alright. With like 50. Sound effects should be alright.
You did well. They didn't see or hear you. Now stay close. That herd should be just ahead.
Alright. Should be a little better now. There's that handsome voice. Thanks, Cheeky.
Who's that?
Ignore him.
But why's he up there? He's smiling at us.
Teb! Get back where you belong! Teb! Where are you?
Ignore him. We are outcasts and he is of the tribe.
Maybe he doesn't like the tribe.
Then he is a fool. Come now. Let's find that herd. Follow. There. See them? These are called striders.
Get that medicine.
Ha! Get!
Why'd you chase them off?
To show you how some machines startle easily if they detect you and run away. They're best approached by stealth. Don't worry. We'll catch up with them further down the valley. You'll see.
Get all my supplies.
Now, I want you to find some rocks that fit the cup of your hand.
Why?
Do as I say, Aloy, and gather the rocks.
Get
I will show you how to
all
use them.
the rocks.
Those will do. Follow.
No, more rocks. I want more rocks. Get all the rocks. Gather everything. I like rocks. Yes.
Aloy, over here. There's the herd. All right. It's time to throw some rocks.
But rocks can't hurt machines, right?
No, but they can distract them. Draw them into traps. Like that watcher over there. It must be dealt with, or it will warn the herd and send them running before we get in range.
Warn them. How?
The machines speak to each other, Aloy. Unless they are first silenced. Now you stay here on the ridge. On my signal, throw rocks and draw the watcher over to me. Wait for my signal.
Alright. Where is Ross?
Aloy, throw a rock near me.
Come on, big boy. Alright. Time to come down?
There. Come, girl, it's safe now. Harvest a kill so I can teach you how to make arrows. Good. Now, gather stalks of ridgewood from the plants over there. Use the stalks as arrow shafts, and metal shards for arrowheads. Good. You'll never run out of arrows if you know how to craft what you need. Let's put those arrows to use. Follow.
Following?
Here. Stay low in the grass, and be quiet. It is time to make your first kill, Aloy. The Strider. One of the weaker machines, but even a weak machine can kill a hunter if she's careless. You must study your prey. Its hide is thick, but there are spots where it is vulnerable, like its eye. Can you guess another?
At the back?
The canister on its back. Is that a weakness?
Yes. How did you guess that?
The device. It showed me.
But that plaything? Stop playing games. Now, take down that Strider. Target the eye or the canister. And if it charges, be ready to roll out of the way. Hit! Keep firing! Again!
Let's get all the loot.
You did well today, but you have much to learn. Tomorrow, we train again. What was that?
That boy. The one running the brave trails.
Follow, Aloy. Quick!
Yeah. Get all my loot.
Aloy, faster!
Ross is a meanie, but he means well.
Aloy, faster!
Alright, I'm grabbing on with rocks.
Aloy, try to keep up.
Shut up, Ross. I can only run so fast. Kept busy totally silly there. Oh, Aloy.
I can do nothing. It's only a matter of time before the machines find that boy and kick him to death.
Ross, right.
But if I shoot, it'll cause a stampede, and it will trample him.
But I can see the paths they take.
Stop telling stories.
I'm not. I can sneak through.
You will not. Aloy!
Alright.
We need to move. Oh no. The Watcher saw me.
Oh no. Okay. I'm gonna scan all the watches. Hey. Oh, I got one there as well.
I need to do this slowly and quietly. Can't let them see me.
Surely. True.
Got to be careful.
This is gonna be a little.
I need to see their paths.
Harder.
Almost there.
Do not move a muscle. Wait, have I got one more?
There he is. Hey,
What? How is this?
follow me.
know to avoid them.
There we go. Just make sure my mic was still on.
How are you doing this?
Right, all raptors? Yeah, pretty much.
How is this possible?
Just keep going. Just keep going. There we go. Alright. First trophy.
So, it is no plaything.
Wait. Oh, Mother, bless that girl. Bless you both.
Boy!
She saved me. I just wanted...
Boy! Seal your lips! They are outcasts, both. And she is motherless. Come now! Back to Mother's heart. And you...
Damn.
That boy should not have spoken to us. It's against tribal law. We'll go home now. Follow.
I know the way.
Bit intense.
Seal your lips. Seal your lips. Seal your lips. Seal your lips.
Stay away, no mother!
Come on. Flashpoints offer you moments of emotional choice. How Aloy expresses her personality is up to you. Choose so and Aloy front the challenge directly. Choose use the insight to find a clever, less obvious approach. Oh.
Oh! Hey!
Children, away from there. Back to picking berries.
You're bleeding. Let me have a look. Here, hold still. I'll get it.
Why? Why am I an outcast?
Aloy, this is not the time.
Who was my mother?
Aloy, I've told you before, that's not for us to know. You were just a newborn when the matriarchs brought you to me.
So the matriarchs, they know?
It's not so simple.
But they know.
Aloy, we are outcasts.
So how do I make them tell me?
The matriarchs? There is a way, perhaps.
So tell me.
It would be dangerous.
How?
It would take years of training.
I don't care. How do I do it? Tell me.
The proving. The tribe's rite of passage held every year. Those who pass become braves. But to the one who wins, the matriarchs grant a boon.
A boon?
Yes, whatever the winner wants.
Then I'll do it.
Cats.
Whatever it takes. I'll win the proving.
I see. We'd best get
Only
started
way to try
then.
and get his attention.
Your training will be hard. And it'll take years.
Start training? Yes. Follow.
So oh, she gonna make it? Hey, let's go. Oh my god, that transition. They never fail to deliver. Ever. They never fail to deliver.
Rost? Rost? Rost?
It really is, actually.
Where is he? 2 days before the proving and he goes off without me? He wouldn't do that.
Oh, level 3. Let's go. Alright, actually, hang on. I gotta do... so it's... I think it's just... this should work. There we go. Oh, 1 out of 50. Oh, I need to change that. Yeah, I need to change that. It's meant to be 79. That's alright. First trophy done. I don't know why it's... my Chatterino's lagging like crazy. Look at it. It's like... 1 of 79.
He said we'd go hunting this morning. Why isn't he here?
Actually, hang on. Not difficulty. Where is it? Display.
Where's he gone to?
That's a little better.
What's he doing up there? He's just standing there. What's going on with him?
78. Yep, 78 away close to our goal.
Aloy, you're here.
Did you want to be alone?
No. We must speak. I've been thinking about your training, Aloy. You've learned to hunt, learned to survive. But I fear there's a lesson I failed to teach you. Would you learn it now?
Of course. I'll always learn what you have to teach.
There has been some trouble recently. It affords an opportunity to learn this lesson, but it will be dangerous. You must come prepared, or you will die. Descend into the Embrace and hunt until you have gathered the parts for fire arrows.
Fire arrows? What kind of trouble are we talking about?
Once you have the parts, you will meet me there, at the gate beyond the village of Mother's Heart.
The North Gate? At the edge of the Embrace?
Yes. Now be on your way.
Is something else bothering you?
So make sure I get all the...
I'm fine.
Are you worrying about what happens
all the dialogue
after the proving?
What happens is clear. You will be accepted as one of the tribe, and I will still be an outcast. To be shunned.
Rost, even if the tribe accepts me, I won't...
There is much to do, Aloy. We will discuss this later.
Okay.
Alright.
Anything else you want me to do while I'm down in the Embrace?
Odd Grata might be out of food by now. You could hunt a week's worth of meat for her, if you find the time.
Wouldn't mind if she'd say thanks just once.
Grata follows the law. Her silence towards us is honorable, not an insult.
If you say so. I'll go gather the parts, but I'm also going to pay Karst a visit.
Aloy, that man breaks the law every time he speaks to you.
And I'm glad he does. I want to buy a tripcaster, and no other trader will sell to outcasts.
Stock it with ammunition, then. You'll find use for that weapon tonight.
That sounds ominous. All right. See you at the North Gate.
Alright. So, quest menu. Talk to Grata. That's a big ass map. Got so much to cover. We've got so much to cover today. I think main goal is I want to get at least, oh, not all of them, but I'd say at least like maybe 6 to 8 fast travel points. God damn. Yeah, we got a lot to cover. That's why I said this game's gonna take me at least like a couple of months. Cause do remember we've got to do this. We'll have to do this a second time on the hardest difficulty there is. So it's gonna be. Yeah, boss, there's literally 79 trophies I have to get. And one of them is literally playing the game again on New Game Plus on the hardest difficulty possible. Granted, I'll have all my gear, so it should be a little bit easier, but still, it's like... Yeah. Bro. I think having all my gear, if I have all my gear and all that, should be fine. But, yeah, like... Because I want to get this done before... This is a cakewalk, yeah. We'll see. We'll see. Because, like I said, after I do this, I'm going to be starting, basically, I'll be starting Forbidden West, like, directly afterwards. Alright. Let's go see Grata.
Something's really bothering him. If he thinks I'm going to abandon him, he's wrong.
I want to aim for at least maybe 10. So this is the first... Yeah, this is the first Horizon game. Yep.
The Embrace. My whole life, I've never gone beyond this valley. That'll change after the proving. 2 days. 2 days until I get answers. 2 days, and I'll know who she was. And why I was cast out at birth. As if there could be an excuse for that. All right. Time to gather the parts for some fire arrows. I should find a herd.
Find a herd. Yeah, this is the this is the first Horizon game.
Mother's heart. 2 more days, then I'll know what it's like in there. It's so many people crammed into one place. I guess no one ever gets lonely in there.
Actually, what I want to know is, even though I do have the trophy count, I won't have it on screen. I'll probably just have it in chat. Should I add a death counter? Should I add a death counter for this?
Machine saw me.
If I did get this game before, yeah, that's true. I think it's just the hard part is yes. All right, I'll do so. What are we at the moment? We're at 1 at least. I know that. I'll count that watcher. I'll count that watcher one before. I'll count that as an actual death. Even though it was like detected. Even though I got detected. That's me in every frame of the game. We have 5. Wait. We can't. Well, no, we're not at 5 deaths.
I have looked.
We are not at
for
5
bounty
deaths.
among the rocks and the trees, but find no.
Hello, Grata.
Oh, Mother, since I was cast out, have I not been constant as the river flows?
Alright, I'll set that up after
Have I
stream.
not kept the vows as the stones do? Show me your grace, All Mother, and provide for me once more.
Don't worry, Grata. I'll hunt your rabbits.
All Mother, I hear your voice on the wind. I would count your blessings on my prayer beads, but I lost them atop the eastern overlook. My old bones are too worn to return.
So it's rabbits and your trinket you need this time. Okay, I'll find you at your camp.
Alright. Go get some rabbit meat.
All right.
Top. Wait, where am I going? Is this but wait. Talk to Ross, crossfires. Oh, I need to go talk to Cass. If we're doing that kind of math in 16.
Please, a word?
Oh.
You want to talk to an outcast?
I'm desperate for help, whatever the consequences.
What's the problem then? Trouble with your leg?
Forget about me. It's my daughter, Arana. She's in danger. She went after a scrapper near Mother's cradle, and I fear for her life. I can't even stand up, let alone go after her. Will you help me find her?
Yeah, you can, boss.
Why would your daughter hunt a scrapper on her own?
It's my fault. I went after it first, and it tore up my leg. I barely got away, and I left a spear impaled in the machine. That spear was made by Adina, my mate, who died last year. It means everything to Arana. She went after the scrapper to get it back.
You know the matriarchs might cast you out for speaking to me, don't you?
I don't care. I tried looking for her myself and my leg gave out.
I'd
Just
recommend
find
it.
her.
I would recommend
I'll
it.
accept any punishment if it means she's safe.
You said Arana went to Mother's cradle?
Yes, southeast of here. I forbid her from going, but ever since her mother died, she's become impossible. Damn it, look at me. A widower, now a cripple. Father that can't find his daughter. Please, help me set things right.
I'll do what I can to help your daughter.
Make sure she's all right. I'm begging you.
Right. Wait, is this? Oh, this is where I gotta go gather meat. Yeah, this game's like, it's very immersive. But at the same time, already making me feel like yeah, the game is very immersive, but like, it's very long to complete. Like,
Deal with them quickly.
God. There we go. Okay. That's still, yeah, it's like the game's like very immersive, but like the story keeps you hooked in for a long time. I don't even know how long the second game actually is. You don't need to sneak now. More or less if I can remember which way I'm going. Actually, I should make some arrows, to be fair.
Getting soaked from melted snow.
Wait, no. It's... Zorro. What's that from? Oh my god, oh my god, look at him. You know what this reminds me of? That that scene from The Last of Us, One Piece. Oh, One Piece. Yeah, okay. I think, yeah, now I remember. Yeah, do you know what this scene reminds me of? Was that from The Last of Us, where
Okay, Grata said her prayer beads were at the eastern
Ellie had to, like, she
Not
kills
far
that
from
rabbit right at the start, just after she has to look after Joel.
The brave trail up the rocks is close by.
Grata may be devout, but it takes strong arms to reach the Overlook the fast way.
We're going the fast way, are we? Oh, up, yep. Up we go. Ooh. Okay. Why do I hear... Wait, I hear machines. I'm doing up here. Oh, what did I got to say? Oh, okay, that's not... am I meant to go that way? No. I think let's start this again. Wait. I stopped this? No, I haven't. You're not getting anywhere. You're not getting away. Sit, bitch.
This looks promising. Aha! Grata's prayer beads. I see why she comes up here to pray. Looks out to Mother's Gate. You know, I wonder what bothers me more. That she ignores me, or that with all her talking to All Mother, she's never lonely.
Wait, campfire discovered. Where? Wait, where's the campfire? Oh, it's there. Wait. Hit your shots. Hey, listen, I tried. Where the hell are they? I can hear them.
I'm pretty sure I'm going in the wrong direction.
You can't enter this location. So that's that's going to the North Embrace. Okay. Oh, I've got to wait. No, can I? Yeah, I can. Wait, travel. No, you need a fast travel pack to. Oh. Alright, well, what are the campfires for? I think that's actually... Then your sanity. So I think what the campfires are actually like your fast travel points. But from memory... Yeah, from memory of the, like, what I remember from bits and pieces of this game, you have to have a fast travel pack to go to every single one freely. Otherwise, it costs you... I can't even remember how much.
Look out below!
But yeah, it's Oh, Striders. I have no ammo. I was trying to dodge that. I swear I had, what do you call it? I swear I had health. 2, yep. That first hit took half. Yeah, I think They probably
Made them soon enough.
Oh, that would have been good before. Imagine what it's gonna be like when I play this on Ultra. I think I'm gonna at least hit probably 1,000 deaths when I play that. I'm easily calling 1,000 deaths. I need to go this way. I need to go this way and. Up here.
There's Grata, all alone with Allmother, the only way she knows. Good news, Grata. Once again, Allmother has brought you rabbits. I found your prayer beads too. Just try not to lose them again.
All-Mother, each morning I find your tears of joy speckling the leaves. Joy at the beauty of all you have made. See how I cry now with you in gratitude.
So you'll cry for her, but you won't speak to me. Fine. Guess that makes you the better outcast. Grata, I may not be around much for a while. I'm gonna run in the proving, and I'm not sure what's gonna happen after that.
All-Mother, I thank you for the kindnesses you share. When the proving comes, in your great wisdom, may you give favor to a brave of generous heart.
I think I get what you're saying. Goodbye, Grata. For now.
Fucked her about foot to the face.
All-Mother, hear me as I count off my years of devotion from these beads.
True. True. Up. Get all the medicine. Now for fire arrows. Yep. Now I'm gonna go find some striders. Oh, actually. Get some twigs. Good wood.
You're going down!
Oh my god, what the hell? Come on. Oh, okay, flashbang. Okay. And that's what, yeah. Fuck around, and you find out what's that. Quite a weapon modification. Ooh. Now I gotta go find more Striders. Before I do that.
Hardy little plant. You'll help.
Watcher, Strider, all can get speared to the... Yep.
They're scanning for me.
Oh, I try, mate. Strider's just a thick boy. Oh, yeah. But honestly, I feel like you have to be more careful than you do with the Watchers. Watchers are fast, but they don't have as much as like kick power compared to a Strider.
Goddess,
Yep,
forgive
it's the
me.
motherless outcast
I nearly
again.
said hello to
Wide
the
and stare.
outcast.
Out of the way. Out of the
Can't
way.
believe the festival is right around the corner. Huh.
Time to see Karst and get a tripcaster. No one else around. Looks safe to meet. My guess is he'll be waiting for me.
Where is he?
There he is. Looks nervous.
Well, well, well. An outcast on my doorstep. All mother protect me.
Oh,
Surprised you saw me the way you keep looking every other direction to make sure no one's watching. Careful there, or you'll sprain your neck.
It's always a pain in the neck when you show up, girl, one way or another.
Is there a reason why you're acting so cranky today?
Once you run the proving and get made a brave, you'll deal with traitors in Mother's Heart. Maybe I don't like losing customers.
Traitors who don't break the law and deal with outcasts, you mean?
That's right. Our days of crime will be behind us, so long as you keep quiet.
Are you worried I'm going to tell someone that you trade with outcasts?
I don't think you're the kind who talks, but you never know.
You can stop worrying. The secret's safe with me.
Yeah, that's what I figured, but I don't mind hearing it.
Why do you take the risk, trading with outcasts?
Every time you ask. If a big, meaningful talk is what you're after, move along.
Come on.
It's because you used to be one, isn't it?
What's up, Major?
Yeah.
Let's go.
Got caught poking around one of the metal ruins out beyond the Embrace. Matriarch said I was tainted and gave me 5 years.
What did you see in the ruins?
Nothing I can make sense of. After my shunning, I tried living back in Mother's Heart, but everyone I knew had moved on, and there were so many people everywhere I turned. I like it better out here.
Done pretty good. Done pretty good. I think we're... Oh, I'm not too far into the story at the moment. I think we're still like pretty much at the beginning.
The only person I've ever told about our trades is Rost.
Yeah, well, not like he can turn me in, even if he wanted to. Law and duty sort of a man, that Rost. I don't know how you stand it.
You really don't know why he was cast out?
I've told you no. I don't think anyone knows what he did, but it must have been serious because his term is for life.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Last time
I'm
I
enjoying
visited, you had a tripcaster available for trade. Still got it?
I do. But you'd need to bring me a scrapper lens. What can I say? Special weapons don't come cheap.
I've got plenty of those.
Oh, I can pay. Took down a scrapper not long ago. Stripped out the lens in perfect condition.
I'll be the judge of that. Show me.
Where is it? No, I'm enjoying it. Trader boxes, resources. Are you going to save the daughter? Wait, what? Save the daughter?
Now that you've got yourself a tripcaster, practice how to use it someplace else, all right? My life's exciting enough without a bunch of shock wire booby traps to trip over.
Really? Could have fooled me.
Anything else?
Will you be around later, in case I want to make another trade?
I'll be here.
Oh, yeah.
Same as usual, bring me the parts you harvest from any
Go do
machines
that.
you hunt. The better the parts, the more shards I'll pay. Be sure to take a close look at my inventory, though. Who knows? Maybe I've got something that could give you an edge in the proving.
I guess that concludes our business.
All right. Good luck in the proving. Blessing of All Mother and all that.
I've got what I need. Time to meet Rost at the North Gate.
Oh, actually, we might just do this first and then... Because I think that's a side mission. We can come back to that later. We'll go meet Ross where we need to go. Yeah, I get which one you mean now. I get which one you mean. We'll get around to it eventually. Because, to be fair, after I do that mission, there's going to be a lot of exploring we're going to have to do.
Whatever they're hunting out there doesn't sound easy.
Aloy.
There he is.
You're here.
Get that real quick. Talk to me boy Ross.
You have the firearms.
I do. Those explosions and shouts beyond the embrace. Is that the trouble you were talking about?
You will know soon enough. Until then, we wait for dark.
Wait for dark? Look, Rost. I've thought it through, and I'm not going to shun you after the proving, okay? I'm just...
Hello, Dino.
I won't do it. I'm not about to pretend that you never raised me.
Aloy, the law forbids all contact.
It does, and I don't care. I know what duty means for you, Rost, but all tribal law has ever done for me is take things away.
I'm enjoying it.
And that's not going to happen again.
Aloy, I must obey the law.
And so you will. I knew you'd say that, so this is what we'll do. I'll come to you in secret. No one will see me, so I won't get in trouble. And I know you won't talk to me because it's against the law, but I'll talk to you. It'll be my crime, not yours. You'll just listen. And that's how we'll handle this.
You've put a lot of thought into this.
I know. So you can stop worrying. It's handled.
Yes. So it is.
I don't understand. Those explosions are outside the Embrace. What can we do from in here?
The lesson will be taught in due time, Aloy. Till then, we wait.
How are you, Dino? Or Bob? I keep calling you one or the other. I don't know why. How's your weekend, Bob? Ross is so daddy. Yes, PP. Very true. How are you, PP? How's your weekend?
I got Odd Grata her rabbits, for which she thanked All-Mother, of course.
It was All-Mother working through you to bring her the rabbits.
Lovely.
You always say that, but I was there and I hunted alone.
And you always say that, and so make yourself alone.
I saw Karst and got that tripcaster I was talking about.
I hate to think what that outlawed trader charged for a weapon of that make.
It wasn't cheap, but the caster is worth it.
Perhaps. You'll know it's worth soon enough.
Still a while to go before dark. I guess I'll get some rest.
Good idea. There'll be no time for sleep tonight.
Ross sounds like Buzz. What?
Opening a gate for an outcast?
Some who are shunned reaped honor before disgrace.
That's right.
So much for tribal law.
I spoke to no one, and now we must both keep silent, for we are outside of the Embrace. These are the true wilds, Aloy, with threats unlike any you have ever faced.
That carcass. What sort of beast was that?
The tribe calls it a sawtooth, and it's something new. Something angry. Since they first started appearing 10 years ago,
right.
they've killed many braves.
Should have put 2 and 2 together.
Yeah.
Follow the path. It's not far.
That cabin. What happened to it?
A machine, that's why.
What sort of machine does that?
The sort of machine...
Oh, watch your carcass. I'll harvest the parts.
Watch your surroundings.
I can't unhear it now. Oh, we got it. You didn't see anything. You saw nothing.
I can get out of this.
It just wasn't moving.
Won't be much farther now.
Why are we the only ones out here tonight? Why can't the tribe's braves hunt this machine?
They did. The kills we've passed are theirs. Tomorrow, they will hunt again.
They won't need to. This machine will be my kill.
Or your death, if you're not careful.
Oh. Get all the Bridgewood.
An entire lodge wrecked by sawtooths? How many were there?
I didn't bring you here to answer questions, Aloy. I brought you here to deal with that.
That's a big boy.
Huge. How do you defeat it?
That will be for you to decide. This hunt is yours to make, Aloy. Yours alone. No matter what happens, I will not intervene. Do you understand? You are on your own.
I should stay out of sight. I can use the tall grass to approach. Okay, let's see. Where can I place my traps?
Alright. Tip that. He's a big boy. Look at the size of him.
This is where it ends. Phony.
Oh god. Mistakes were made. Yep. Mistakes were made. Alright, give me a sec. I gotta just quickly go to the bathroom. I'll be back.
I should stay out of sight.
I'll put music back on. In the meantime. Can you hear me now? Should be able to hear me now. Yeah, let's go. Hello. How's your weekend? How was your weekend, Z? How's Horizon? We're like still like probably not the like very beginning, but like I don't even know where, like still at like the starting section pretty much. But weekend's good, been chilling, not gonna lie. My weekends are no different from weekdays, weekdays are like, oh yeah, fair enough. Yeah, because you're not studying. Hi, Eden. How are you? Oh my god, that's a voice crack, Jesus.
I can use the tall grass to approach. Okay, let's see.
How are
Where
you,
can I
Eden?
place my traps?
Alright. Then I upgraded my SSD. Ooh, nice. As you get into the tall grass. Oh, yeah, sounds like you probably need to do a bit of an upgrade, or you need to get rid of some stuff. I'm doing good. How's your weekend? I can't. Yeah, no, fair enough. How was your weekend, Eden? Heal! Run! Your plan is stuck. I think it's because of this. I think it's because of this this machine. Come on. Go back through. Go back through. There we go. Oh. That's it. Hang on. I think it was sound effects. Maybe put that to 50. Maybe 60. I think because this machine's just so loud. I think that's probably why. W's. Massive W. Not you, Missy. Still talking.
Why did I bring you here?
Not to answer questions.
Okay, she.
Aloy.
Survival requires perfection. It was a test to hone my skills against a dangerous new machine.
No. Follow.
Oh.
These are Nora hunting lands. They must be protected. If you hadn't destroyed the Sawtooth, how many Braves might it have killed or injured tomorrow? The lesson lives within the question, Aloy.
Thank you, Z. Thank you for the
For
alert.
years, you've trained to win the Proving, but only for yourself. As a Brave, it will be your duty to fight for your tribe.
My tribe? You said I wouldn't need them.
But I never said the tribe wouldn't need you. The strength to stand alone, Aloy, is the strength to make a stand. To serve a purpose greater than yourself. That is the lesson you must learn. And remember it. After the Proving. And after I'm gone. We're finished here. Follow.
A serious talk.
Dawn has passed.
Thank you, Eden.
This will be your last day in the Embrace as an outcast. Use the time to set your mind on the challenges before you. When it is time for you to go to Mother's Heart, I'll be waiting for you along the way.
I understand the final lesson, Rost.
Do you?
But if I'm going to stand for something, it'll have to be something I believe in.
Then I hope you find it, Aloy. I hope you do.
I'll go back to the cabin with you.
I'm not heading there just yet. I have other plans.
Oh, such as?
I'll be waiting for you when it is time.
I'll see you at Mother's Heart then.
You will.
A bit saucy, you know. Alright. Another fire. Now let's see. How far am I gonna go? Stock up on me berries and all me health essentials. Oh, actually, we gotta do. Come on. I really should add this to my stream deck. It would make things a little bit easier. So we're at 2 out of 79. Oh yeah, 3 deaths. Oh yeah, thanks Shiki. Thanks Shiki. Thanks for letting me know. I think once I do get this like fast travel pack, it's gonna make my life a lot easier. Unless you died to the sword tree. Nah, only once. Only once. But that was my own fault because I should have scanned it before I tried attacking it.
Aloy.
Oh.
We must speak. So, it's time. Are you ready?
Yes, I guess. It's louder than I expected.
You've never been so close before.
I guess everything's bigger up close.
Soon it'll all seem familiar. Like home.
I don't know about that.
Look for High Matriarch Tirsa. She'll help you. Any other concerns?
Any final lessons before I head in?
No. You've learned every lesson the Wilds have to teach.
It was you who taught me, not the Wilds. Not sure my bow and spear will be much help in there, though.
It is with bow and spear that you'll win what you've wanted all these years, Aloy. Answers.
What should I expect once I'm inside?
There'll be people celebrating and feasting. More than you've ever seen in one place. No other village compares to Mother's Heart. It is the seat of the High Matriarchs, a center of Nora life, a jewel of the sacred land. Give it time, and you'll grow fond of it. As I was, back when I was at the tribe.
Are you sure they're gonna let me in?
I've told you, Aloy. By law, any child outcast can run in the proving.
And any who pass are made braves and are outcasts no more. I know that. But not everyone follows the law like you do, Rost.
Have faith, Aloy. The tribe will honor your right.
I'm ready to do this. See you back home in a few days?
You will not find me there, Aloy. Here. Take this to remember.
Why are you talking like we'll never see each other again? No. No!
You should be with the tribe. And I will always be an outcast.
But I told you, I have that figured out. I'll come to you in secret. I'll be the one breaking the law, not you. You don't even have to talk to me.
This attachment to me will only hold you back. It's my wish that you embrace the tribe. You've lived in isolation long enough.
Not until now, I didn't.
For your sake, I must go where you will never find me. This is goodbye.
No, it's not. You taught me how to track. Wherever you go, I can follow.
Not this time.
This time. And every time. I'll be wearing this when I find you.
May All-Mother bless you, Aloy.
And you. I have to let him go.
Alright, it's time. It's time.
First, the proving. After that, I'll see where his trail leads.
You will turn back, outcast. Or bleed. Your choice.
Make way! Make way! Braves, stand aside. She is welcome here. Mother's heart is open to you, child. Come. I assure you, most Nora aren't so rude as those idiots.
You're Tirsa?
Who else would I be? Come on now. I've been waiting for this day a long time.
You have?
Oh, yes. But for the moment, I must leave you. I have other outsiders to keep safe tonight.
You what?
Envoys from another tribe, the Carja. Come to observe the proving, and oh, how the Nora hate the Carja.
Carja?
But that's my problem. We will talk later. In the meantime, enjoy the festival. Oh, down the path to the right, you'll find an old friend who can't wait to see you.
But I don't know anyone here.
Try telling him that. We will talk later. May the goddess protect.
What is going on?
Alright, let's go see who this is. Old friend.
Aloy! It's you, isn't it? It is Aloy, isn't it? I'm remembering your name correctly?
Are you the old friend Tirsa told me about? I don't know you.
I see you don't recognize me. Well, it was a long time ago. Teb is my name. You were half my size when you saved me from a herd of machines.
I remember. You tried to thank me.
I never forgot that day. All these years, I hope to see you again, if you came to run in the Proving. As you can see, I didn't turn out to be much of a hunter. I served the tribe as a stitcher instead, a maker of garments and armor. In preparation for this day, I've made an outfit for you. I hope you like it.
What's it going to cost?
Cost? Nothing. Consider it the thanks I tried to give years ago. Long overdue.
Let's go. Yes, equip.
There. Seems to fit you perfectly.
Thank you, Teb.
Let's go.
I've never had
Teb
anything
the
like
man.
this before.
Yeah, 100%.
Well, it's yours. I think you'll find it affords more protection than what you were wearing. Every outfit offers some advantage. It's always a trade-off. Anyway, I shouldn't keep you any longer. Head for the Matriarch's Lodge if you want to find Tirsa. You'll know it when you see it. A large wooden building with an angry mob waiting outside.
Tirsa said something about envoys from another tribe?
Yes, that's what the mob's angry about. Karja visiting our sacred land for the first time in years. I'd expect to see some tomatoes fly, maybe rocks. Hopefully not spears. In any case, be ready to duck.
If our mother didn't want us to get
Let's go find CSR.
every night.
Hi, Camos. Yes, I'm enjoying it. Yes. How are you?
Interesting.
How was your weekend?
Time for me to go hunting. For some...
It's a lot of fun.
Jog! Get down from there!
In my
Bad enough you're drunk. What do you have to go climbing houses?
Listen carefully now.
Oh,
not
supposed
to go climbing
on other people's roofs, huh?
Day off today.
over here.
So, oh. Hang on.
Karst? What are you doing here?
Careful. Pretend like we've never met. I wasn't supposed to trade with outcasts in the wilds, remember?
How could I forget? And how generous of you to talk to me now.
Don't be like that. You know I'll be rooting for you in the Proving tomorrow. Can't wait to see the looks on some of these faces when you win. And if you need any last-minute supplies, I'm your man.
Hello, Agent. But no, I'm doing good, Camos. Day off today, so... Well, be a good time to finally get this game started. Get this 100% run started.
So, Mother's Heart. I thought you preferred the wilds.
Well, man can't drink alone all the time, can he? Truth is, I get lonely once in a while.
How are you,
There,
Agent?
I admitted it. Don't think less of me.
I won't hold it against you. If you give me a discount.
You can't be.
I'm joking, Karst. It's good to see you.
Don't go soft on me. All right, let's do this.
I'm doing good. I think we're still like the starting section. I feel like we haven't really progressed as much as I would like, but to be fair, I said that this game, to 100% it, is going to take me a couple months because there's a lot we're going to have to do, especially considering I have to play this game twice in order to get one of the trophies.
All right
I
then.
don't think there's anything
Time to
I need
go.
there.
Good luck tomorrow,
But nah,
Aloy.
it should be good nonetheless. It should be a good time nonetheless.
Oh, Mother, give me strength. In a moment, we shall bless the Proving. But first, We have guests to welcome.
For 2 years, we have been at peace with the Carja. It is time to restore our bonds of trade with Meridian. These envoys come to us under a banner of peace.
Peace. It's peace.
An enunciation of gratitude written
Killers
by the
and
hand
slavers!
of
Yeah!
Sun King
Yeah!
of
Killers
Ard.
and slavers!
Hey, hey!
Luminance of
Hold
the...
your fruit, Nora Faithful. Hold your fruit. Now I'm Oseram, not Carja. So I'll put it to you straight. The 13th Sun King was a murderous bung. He was. He's a tyrant and a monster. He raided my tribe for a blood sacrifice, just like yours. My own sister was taken. I hated the Carja. But the 13th king is dead. 2 years now. Now, who killed him? The 14th.
Yeah.
Not because he lusted for power, but because someone had to put an end to his father's atrocities.
Yeah!
The message that this poor priest means to read is an apology. Straight from the lips of the 14th king. So please, can't you lend him your ears?
Thank you. An enunciation of gratitude written by the hand of Sun King Avad, 14th luminance of the Radiant Line. People of the Nora, on the eve of your proving, know the Carja
Unknown
stand
device
with you,
detected.
as
What's
the
that mean?
sun's light
He's wearing a focus,
frames the
just like
stoutest
mine.
trees, as those
You're the only other person I've ever seen wearing a focus. Where did you get yours?
What? A Nora? Wearing one of these? That's impossible. Your tribe fears the old places, forbids them.
Who says I'm like other Nora?
Why, I guess you're not. If you've gone delving in the ruins of the metal world.
What's wrong?
Apologies. A malfunction.
Oh, Lynn, you making friends with locals, are we?
I'll come back.
Wait.
No, we'll talk later. Have to go.
Whoa. Well, I guess he's more hungover than I thought. Hey, you got the same trinket that Olin has on his head. Since when did those become fashionable?
His name is Olin? Who is he? And where did he get one of these?
He's just a scrounger with friends in high places. He spends half his time digging for artifacts, the other half drinking or dicing. As for the trinket, well, I guess he dug it up somewhere. Just a weird old jewel he sticks on his face. I mean, no offense. It looks great on you.
Oh, he's such a charmer, isn't he?
I thought your friend was gonna go down in a hail of fruit, but you really calmed the crowd.
Thanks. I wasn't sure I could do it. The Nora is still pissed with the Carja about the Red Raids, and who can blame them?
I wanted to ask you something else.
If you want. But I'll also be around after that blessing thing, if that'd be a better time to talk.
I never heard anything about red raids growing up. What were those?
Your tribe was in war and you didn't even know? Were you kept hidden away? Did you have overprotective parents or something?
I grew up as an outcast, shunned by the tribe.
Oh, yeah, I've heard the Nora do that. That seems cruel, if you ask me. But even an outcast knows about the derangement of the machines, right? How they get deadlier every year? Well, the mad Sun King figured if he spilled enough blood to the Sun God, it would calm the machines. Didn't work. But for years, he raided the tribes and took captives for sacrifice. My sister among them. The Nora put up a good fight, but lives were lost.
So what happened? How did it all end?
The Mad King's own son united Carja rebels with Oseram freebooters. And together we did the impossible, took back Meridian and killed the crazy old king. So now the son sits on the throne, and it's a big improvement. Under Avad, there's no more sacrifices, no more slavery. People from all tribes are welcome in Meridian now, even Nora exiles. You really should come visit.
Who are the Oseram?
Oh, that's my tribe, far to the northwest. We're good at 3 things: arguing, working steel, and brewing.
And freebooters. What are those?
I guess you could say we were mercenaries, warriors for pay. Except a lot more loyal than that makes us sound. Avad couldn't have taken down his father without our metal and muscle. And now some of us serve proudly as his personal vanguard.
Your sister was taken captive and sacrificed. That's terrible.
Captive, yes. Sacrificed, no. It takes more than a few Carja to finish Ursa. She got away, and now she's my captain. Captain of the entire Vanguard. Favored by the Sun King himself.
How did she survive?
Well, that's a story, all right, but it takes a while to tell. Maybe another time over a drink or 3? Or just come to Meridian and meet her yourself. I think you'd like each other. You're both rather, direct.
You said the machines have been getting more dangerous every year.
Yeah, I don't have to tell you that, right?
First I've heard of it.
Oh, sorry, I just assumed everyone knew. Well, the way I hear it, 15, 20 years ago, the machines weren't always pissed off like they are now. When a hunter came at them, they'd spook and run. So it was hard to take them down, but not dangerous, so long as he was smart enough to jump out of the way. But then the derangement starts up and everything changes. Now, when a hunter fires a shot, the machines snarl and charge right at him.
I think her sister is still living.
A few more years pass and they start attacking people on sight. Going anywhere becomes a major risk. And if that wasn't bad enough, entirely new kinds of machines start showing up. Bigger, meaner, and heavily armed.
Like the Sawtooth.
Yeah, 10 years ago, that one. But every couple of years or so, something worse comes along. Believe me.
Worse? Oh,
So what's making it happen?
And no one knows. And the machines, well, they aren't telling.
Tell me about the derangement again.
Well, the way I hear it, 15, 20 years ago, the machines weren't always pissed off like they are now. When a hunter came at them, they'd spook and run. So it was hard to take them down, but not dangerous, so long as he was smart enough to jump out of the way. But then the derangement starts up and everything changes. Now, when a hunter fires a shot, the machines snarl and charge right at him. A few more years pass and they start attacking people on sight. Going anywhere becomes a major risk. And if that wasn't bad enough, entirely new kinds of machines start showing up. Bigger, meaner, and heavily armed.
Like the Sawtooth.
Yeah, 10 years ago, that one. But
So what's making it happen?
and no one knows.
If the...
The last king and his men were butchers. Besides, the Carja don't just fight, they build.
Alright.
I want to ask you about something you said before.
Ask away.
I've never seen armor like yours before.
You've never seen Vanguard steel? Well, let me introduce you. Ring-locked, impact-protected, sturdy enough to choke a sawtooth. It has to be. The Vanguard of the Sun King's best. Life-takers and machine breakers 201.
201.
Might even give a Nora warmaid like you more trouble than she can handle.
With all that metal to slow you down? I doubt it.
Yeah, hard to say. From where I'm standing, looks like a pretty even match.
What else do you know about Olin?
Is he really that interesting? I'm starting to get jealous. Well, he scours the wilds for ruins, digs up stuff, and sells it to nobles. When he's not scrounging, he's scouting. Exactly the skills you want the man guiding your expedition to have. I've known him for a few years. He's a loyal companion, cares for his family, holds his drink well enough. I like him, but besides that, not much to tell.
I think there's not really much else, like... Oh, I guess we got
Just how big is Meridian? What's it like?
Where do I even start? My tribesmen are masters of the forge, the best tinkers in the world. But when it comes to building, the Carja have us beat. The city soars over a canyon with more bridges than the Nora have roads and buildings tall as mountains. And across the valley stands the spire, like a blade thrust into the sky reflecting the sun. You really owe it yourself to see it. So consider that a challenge. Or an invitation.
I
want to ask you about something.
Ask away.
We just asked about Olin.
I
think
should
we're
make
done.
my way to the blessing.
I think we're done.
Look, maybe I shouldn't say this, but it's obvious that you don't belong in this backwater. I mean, you're smart. You're obviously capable, and, well, I mean, look at you.
What are you talking about?
You know what. All right, if you ever visit Meridian, look me up. I'll show you around, make introductions. It'll be a whole new life, if you want it. Anyway, I have to go to that blessing thing, too, so, see you around, maybe?
Carja took my little sister in their raid 5 years ago. I'll never
Okay.
forgive them, for I surely won't.
He sure loves to talk. There's a lot of, like, even for just starting out, he just has a lot of dialogue to try and get through.
We'll start the blessing when all aspirants are in place.
Oh.
Aloy, take your place right there. The prayer lantern is yours. I made it for you.
Blasphemy. Sisters. Aspirants, before each of you sits a prayer lantern crafted by your mother. In her honor, light its flame.
In honor of Rost. And all he did to help me get here.
Oh, Mother, hear our prayer. What is the child but a mother's hope that takes flight? A glowing flame that climbs the air, set free to the wind, sailing the sky till it fades and falls. So, from one to another, passes the chain of love.
Ross is, yeah. I mean, to be fair, it's like if we basically
fast.
trained
There's
Aloy
Aloy.
everything that she knows.
I have some questions for
Right
him.
of a war chief in her.
Where is he? I'm here, Olin.
The proving's not for the faint of heart. But hey,
Excuse me, I'm
look tough
saying
and
hello,
fair to
Olin.
mother.
You know my name? Ah, guess Aaron told you.
Why did you act so strange when we spoke earlier?
Must be this festival. I'm really not one for crowds. Maybe I should just turn in.
Stop dodging my questions.
All right, cool your fire. I got nothing to hide.
I've never seen anyone else with a focus. Where exactly did you find it?
In a ruin, north of the Claim. That's our name for the Oseram homeland. Up there, the metal seams run deep. Steel giants half buried in loose soil. Forgotten caves that the old ones bored into mountain rock. Your eyes just lit up.
I found my focus in a cave just like you're describing. A ruin of the old ones.
If you've delved yourself, you know as much as I do. Go to those places for answers. Not me.
When we spoke earlier, you winced, then looked like you were in pain. Or frightened. Did your focus show you something?
It didn't show me anything. I told you. It malfunctioned. Happens all the time.
Saucy.
You're not a very convincing liar.
Do you always accuse people you've just met of lying?
Only the ones who aren't telling the truth.
Fire and spit, girl. I'm a plain hammered man with nothing to hide. You don't believe me? That's your trouble, not mine.
What are you doing here, Olin? Why come to Norland?
Aaron needed a scout for his expedition, and a second for his drinking. That's all. Someone to stop the Sun Priest getting lost. When all this is over, I'm back to delving ruins, rummaging for scrap, scrounging up trinkets to sell.
So you're an explorer?
Just another Outlander, girl. A man's gotta make his shards. I just make mine in service to the King's court. That's all.
I don't understand. We have this device in common, but you can't wait to stop talking to me.
I already have all the friends I need, girl. I don't need the bother.
I'm used to being shunned by the tribe. I thought you'd be different.
It's nothing personal. It really isn't. You should... try to enjoy yourself tonight. Big day tomorrow. Always best to make every day count.
The brew's even better than last year, and that's a feat.
I mean, he's not wrong. To be fair.
I fell in love at a festival. Suppose it's only fitting to conclude.
Motherless chuff.
What did you say?
Find your bed, outcast, and dream of winning the proving. That's the closest you're gonna get.
Oh, this is the bedhouse? With you standing guard, I figured it was the latrine.
Your very presence here...
Well, well. Look who's come in from the wild. The motherless outcast. I see you've still got a scar from where that rock I threw hit you. Now that's a cherished memory.
You can be a real lard sometimes, boss. Cut it out.
Yeah, let's go talk to this little...
Where's your bite, outcast? Aw, you even try to dress like a real Nora. Not that it fools anyone.
So this is how it's gonna be with you, is it?
This is how it's gonna be with everyone, outcast. You belong in the wilds, not Mother's heart. And you definitely don't belong in the proving.
You can sense it. You already know you're gonna lose.
I've trained all my life for the proving. I'm not afraid of you. I'm not afraid of anything.
Really? Confidence is quiet. You're not.
You know, I often think of the day I gave you that scar. It's a cherished memory.
Yeah. The look on your face when I knocked that stone out of your hand was pretty entertaining. But I suppose you leave that part of the story out when you tell it, don't you?
I branded you that day to mark your shame.
All you did that day was make me stronger. Just wait. I'll show you tomorrow.
Yeah, right.
Really
this is boring. Time for Boss to get some sleep. You'll be the one surprised tomorrow, outcast. Not me.
Oh, are you gonna shut your mouth? Because that would be a surprise.
He's very, loudmouth's not really the word I'm trying to think of. He has an ego. He has an ego.
Nice job handling Bast. That should keep him quiet. Till morning, anyway.
I don't believe we've met. I'm Aloy.
Oh, I know who you are. The competition. The others, they'll finish the proving. Most of them. But win it? That's down to Bast, you, or me. Vala.
Nice to meet you, Vala. You're right. I am going to win tomorrow.
Never celebrate a victory before it's earned, girl. My mother taught me that. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna get some sleep. I plan to be well rested when I run you into the ground tomorrow. Your bunk's right there when you want it.
Okay. Thanks.
And who else do I have to talk to? Oh, just go to sleep. Okay, cool. Perfect.
So, your first day in Mother's heart. What do you think?
You've never slept in a Nora lodge before. Not very private.
It has certain charms.
Homey enough, once you're accepted.
That's the problem.
I think you'll find a place here. I do. Get some rest.
Alright. Now the real test begins. Nah. I don't think she actually ever does. From memory. Which, I mean, I don't mind. Makes her unique.
Braves! Ready yourselves! What will it take to get you out of here?
Looks like a grazer.
Let's get on with it.
Am I using the right arrows?
Your trophy is shattered, outcast. Looks like you'll need another.
Right.
Oh, good. And again.
Come on. Come on.
There! Faster, come on! I've gotta catch up.
Go away, Aloy, go.
I've gotta catch up.
Slow and steady now. All you need is to finish. That makes all but one. Is the outcast coming?
She was behind me!
Looks strong, I thought.
I am strong. I am the best.
Dead last, girl. Might as well walk from here. Boss will win, Urvala, but you'll be made a brave so long as you finish. Oh, now. That's an old trail. 2 died on it last year. It's falling apart. Better dead last than dead altogether. Whoa, 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 whoa! By all mother, are you crazy? You're gonna kill yourself!
Come on. Oh, sorry.
It doesn't get any easier. You're insane to go that way. That's it.
No way but forward
Just
now.
Stop right there.
There! Gotta catch up.
Turn around and climb back up.
Who's in the lead?
You don't want to do this, girl.
I
It's
can't
not working.
see. Boss, Urvala right behind.
Come on now!
Come on.
Faster!
Go,
Stop
go.
dragging!
Go.
Gotta keep going.
The outcast!
On the old trail?
Is she crazy?
How I managed to do that is beyond me.
The outcast is catching up!
Made it. Come on now, hurry. Keep at it.
Come on. Go, Aloy, go!
I've trained my whole life for this.
Go, Aloy!
They had a tribe, but I had the wilds. Precision, not enough. Must be perfect. Come on, you can make it. Can't let them beat me now.
She didn't win! The outcast cheated!
An outcast? Win the proving? Never. For she is a brave now.
You did it.
As are you all. So long as you put your trophy on the altar. But it is Aloy, once outcast, and now brave, who is first among you.
Ah!
Aloy! Go!
Keep them pinned down till the others arrive.
Oh, what the?
We can't stay here. That's the way out. But we won't make it under fire.
They can't shoot if they're dead. Keep them busy. I'll find an angle.
Bast! Bast! Are you with us?
I'm with you!
Let's go. Now!
Too many of them! We can't win!
This is it for you!
Let me hear you, little.
Hide! Stay
We
in
can't
shadow!
hold them! Oh, Mother, help us!
We're getting picked off! Kill the invaders!
Come on. Oh.
Quick! Run for the slip wire!
Kill them all! No witnesses, no survivors!
Stay together!
Oh no! There's more! They keep coming!
All right.
How
New
many
plan.
are there?
Come on.
End any more you find!
Oh my god. How many hits do you take?
Watch out! There's
Too many
more
of them!
Eyes on me, brothers.
Alright. Gotta get back up. Gotta get back up.
We can't hold them! Oh, Mother, help us!
Kill the defilers!
Now, descend while we have a chance.
Oh no.
Get back!
Vala!
No! The red hair dies now! Everyone, forward!
Rat. Absolute rat. Oh, what the?
You will not.
Die. I'm in the head. Never got guns? Yeah. Holy. You know what?
Where'd you go?
Screw.
Let nothing escape.
Oh, gimme, babe.
The sun shows no pity.
Oh. It wouldn't let me pick up the gun. It wouldn't let me pick it up.
Shadow take you!
Drop cover.
I will teach. Got eyes on him.
Alright. That's the big boy. Why did the bullets are here? Alright, I'm not gonna pick that up. How did you die?
You won't survive.
And they got.
Don't give them. You cannot hide from our wrath.
Oh my god.
Die, apostate!
Oh, he's won. He's won.
Don't let it end like this. Fight!
Oh my god. Get all the shards. Ooh. Potion. Locate the enemy leader.
This'll be.
Turn your face to the sun, child.
Holy straight up. He's like yeah, fair enough.
Burn it all, then to your task.
As you command.
Aloy. Aloy. Survive.
She is dying. To take her there is blasphemy. She should be near her mother.
Aloy, I'm so sorry. Turn your face to the sun, child.
Rost.
What the hell?
I have to get out of here.
Yeah, I think her focus is gone for the moment.
I need my focus. No.
Rost saved me. They must have found me before I bled out. But why is no one here? Where am I? My clothes. Good. But where's my focus? It's here. Okay. Wait. Am I inside the sacred mountain? But only matriarchs are allowed inside.
Ooh.
I don't see my bow here. Or that damaged focus, the one I took off that killer. Where are they? I'm picking up some kind of signal. Looks like the ruins I fell into when I was young. The Nora didn't build this place. The old ones did. But why?
Wait, am I going the right way? No. Where am I meant to go? Oh, wait, got something.
There. With the rest of my things.
Pick up all my gear.
Now, what can you show me? Ah!
All commanders, halt excavations and proceed at once to the mission point. Avoid all contact with Nora savages, but if you are seen, kill every witness. Target imaging attached. Do not fail.
Target imaging. Who says I'm like other Nora? They saw me through Owen's focus. How is that possible?
Then make it quick. I'm heading in. Hold for identiscan. You need to stop listening to Ted and start listening to me.
Where's this from? And when? Are you my mother? Why try to kill me just because I look like you?
What?
Aloy, you are awake.
You brought me here?
Quickly, you must follow.
To where?
To the place where you were born.
Are you saying I was born here? Inside the mountain?
It is easier if I show you.
Why did you bring me here?
It seemed you were dying, and to die near one's mother is sacred. Lansra fought it, of course, but Jezza sided with me.
Is my mother here? Am I going to meet her?
It's complicated. Please, just follow me.
Does my mother look like me, but with short hair?
I don't see how that could be. You were not born of a woman, Aloy. The mountain is your mother.
What are you talking about?
Come.
What is this place?
The Great Chamber, where All-Mother slew the Metal Devil and gave birth to you. Aloy, the Proving Massacre was just the first of many disasters. The war party we sent after the killers was ambushed and slaughtered.
But what does that have to do with where I was born?
My hope is everything. This is where we found you. We heard your cries, came to look, and there you were.
Just lying there?
Yes.
You mean I came from behind the door?
Always that is what I have believed. That you came from the womb of the mountain. A gift from All-Mother herself. But others, like Lansra, feared that a darker power put you here. Not a gift, but a curse.
But this isn't a goddess.
Aloy!
It's a door. With people behind it. My mother?
Oh.
Hold for identiscan.
The goddess speaks.
It's just like the woman I saw.
Error. Alpha registry corrupted. Identity cannot be confirmed. Entry denied.
No. No. Please.
Aloy, All-Mother spoke to you, as if she knew you.
Were you not listening? It didn't recognize me.
Because of corruption. The goddess's own words. Surely, if you heal this corruption, she will see you clearly.
And how would I do that?
You said you've had visions. Of a woman with short hair.
The killers came for me because I look like her.
But their power is overwhelming. Is there no other trail to follow?
Olin. He was one of the outsiders. The night before the proving. The killer saw me through his eyes. He lives in Meridian.
So you will have to leave the sacred land.
I've been an outcast all my life. Why not an exile too?
Shh. There is another way. Come, and we will make it so.
You said the tribe is on the brink of extinction. What happened?
After the massacre at the Proving, a great war party was sent after the killers. Less than half survived.
How was the war party defeated?
The killers do not fight alone. Somehow they have a power over the machines, corrupting them, driving them mad.
So the killers got away?
Yes. And now the only plan my sister matriarchs can agree to is to sing the Hymn of Atonement and beg for All-Mother's mercy, as though she would not want us to help ourselves.
Then, what's your plan?
This was my plan, to show you where you were born and loose you to follow the destiny All-Mother intended for you. The other High Matriarchs are waiting for us. Let me do the talking.
Have to follow our destiny.
It is done?
Yes. I showed her. Sisters, the goddess spoke to Aloy. Told her to heal the corruption.
Ha! But how is she to do that?
She will have to journey beyond our sacred land.
A seeker? If the goddess spoke, it must be so. You would name this thing a seeker? Sister!
For once, Lansra, join with us.
This will be your sin, not mine. Send her seeking, and may she never be seen again.
She's such a bitch.
Aloy, by the holy grace of the one goddess, we hereby anoint you a seeker of the Nora tribe.
Seems like it.
No barrier can now stay you from your sacred task. May All Mother protect you and sustain you. Stay true. I will make ready for the hymn. Our hopes lie with you.
Alright. Let's go find Olin. I think that's what we're
Tirsa,
doing.
what's a seeker?
You are. And here is your mark. In times of great need, the High Matriarchs may anoint a seeker, a worthy brave sent forth to accomplish a great purpose, no matter where that purpose might take her.
Even beyond the borders of the sacred land?
Yes. And with the right to return when you are done, or as the need arises.
So I can go anywhere at all? No restrictions?
Even to forbidden places, like the tainted lands beyond All Mother's sight, or the ruins of the metal world.
I see. Why are the ruins of the metal world forbidden?
They are blighted places, Aloy. Dark and wicked, like the children of metal who built them. When they rebelled and tried to murder All Mother, her wrath leveled their cities, but could not cleanse their sin. Their ancient spite haunts those ruins, ready to ensnare anyone foolish enough to enter them.
But I've been in a ruin. It looked a lot like the inside of All Mother.
That cannot be so.
It is.
Then, this is something beyond my understanding. I will trust you to reveal the truth.
Why are the lands beyond Nora territory called tainted?
Not much dialogue.
Is it not obvious? Our land is sacred. We live in sight of the one goddess, All Mother, source of all that lives. Beyond her sight lies a vast fallen land, spiritually tainted. That is why it is against tribal law to leave. But the Seeker blessing will protect you.
Have there been other seekers?
There have, but they are rare, and most who set out are never heard from again.
Was Rost a seeker?
No, not a seeker.
What are you not telling me?
This is not the time, Aloy. Perhaps another day.
Why is there so much secrecy? Just tell
What was done with Rost's body?
I'm afraid there was very little left to recover. But what there was, we buried at the place where he raised you, with flowers on the grave.
Thank you. So many have suffered. Is there anything I can do to help?
What is most important is for you to fulfill the purpose All Mother has intended for you.
I don't know what that means any more than you do.
Then you must find out. If, however, you sense that part of your purpose is to help the tribe, by all means do so. I have no doubt you will find people in need throughout the Embrace.
You said the Nora sent a war party after the killers.
Yes. But it was ambushed and overrun. Very few escaped alive. And most that did were wounded.
Do you know where the killers went?
No. But you could ask Varl, one of the braves guarding the gates of the Embrace. He survived the ambush. He would know more.
Alright.
I should be on my way.
I think it's time to
From
finally
here,
leave this place.
you must go to the gates of the Embrace. Speak to Varl, and he will point the way to Meridian. If any Nora tries to stand in your way, Aloy, make sure they know you are a Seeker.
Oh, I will. Thank you, Tirsa, for all you've done.
May All Mother bless you and watch over you.
Nora Faithful, we will soon begin. Purify your hearts.
Let's
Soon
get
we will
out of
make-
here, finally.
The outcast girl. So she survived her wounds.
Gather what chanters you can find.
She saved many lives. The tribe is lucky to have her.
So I'm just gonna craft these. Alright. Oh, wait, campfire. Wait. Where's the... Oh, it's back up here. Back up here. Wait. Am I going the wrong way? Oh, it's outside the gate. Okay, never mind. I'm going the wrong way. It's just completely complete opposite direction.
The outcast approaches. Ignore her. Continue the report. There are rumors of a...
I need the gate opened.
Since when has any outcast's need been my concern?
Since I was anointed a seeker. Now open the gate.
You? A seeker? Have Teersa and Jezza gone insane? Bad enough that they let you run in the proving. But to nurse you back to health inside the sacred mountain?
Silly Echo. Yeah, I know.
No wonder a curse is upon us and children lie dead under cairns of stone.
If you think Teersa and Jezza are traitors, why don't you head up the mountain and say that to their faces? Or do you only talk big when your superiors aren't around?
I am the Nora War Chief.
And I am a seeker, so do as you're told and open the gate.
The sooner you're gone from here, the better.
What was that?
Oh?
The demon! Sound the alarm! By the goddess, what's it doing to them?
Taking control.
Brace yourselves!
What have you brought on us now, you motherless curse?
Kill them, Braves! Kill them all! Braves, ready yourselves! Today we fight a curse! A demon! Oh, Mother, give us strength!
Won't be long. Gotta get in position. Here it comes.
Attack! Watch the Striders! It's driven them mad!
Don't throw the freaking stone. Come on.
It's down!
Oh my god.
One of these things marched with the killers at the Proving. How does it possess other machines? How'd you do it? Show me. You made them obey you. But how? This. You did it with this.
Let's go. Let's go.
Connecting to my focus. Then I could use this. It's worth a shot. Couple loops of wire. Looks like it'll hold. I just need to test it.
Aloy, how did you do that?
Teb? What are you doing here? You're a Stitcher, not a Brave.
I came to help defend Mother's Watch, but I never imagined I'd see anything like this. You killed that demon, pulled its guts from the carcass.
The way it controls other machines. I think I figured it out. But I need to test it on a machine.
Plenty of striders along the path to the gates of the Embrace, I guess.
Exactly. And the gates are where I'll be headed anyway. I need to speak to Varl.
I always knew you were different, Aloy, but...
But what?
I think you're a blessing from All-Mother. No matter what Resh says.
Thank you, Teb. But I have to go now.
I know you do. And my thoughts go with you.
Spreading across the land. Brave! I want that gate repaired immediately. I don't care if you have to bandage it together. Get it done.
I need to test this device. See what it can do.
Out of here. Trade with merchant.
Brom! It's your sister, Olara!
Oh, that's right. Okay. Actually, we've got skills we should probably be using. Traveler. Gather resources while mounted. Yeah, let's do that. I will not alert others. That would actually be... Time slows when you jump in the slide. From silent takedown. This is what I was trying to look for before. Let's use savage knock off armor and components. Lure call. Speeds up healing. Yes. Actually, we're gonna double that. Hello, Cal. How are you? What's going on? 50% of. Actually, we probably will do that. I am good and strong. I'd just love to hear that. How's your day been? Congrats on being awake. Thanks, Cal. Appreciate it. How is your dawn? It is a lot of fun. It is a lot of fun. We are currently... Shiki, are we 2 or 3 trophies now? I think we got 3, haven't we? 3 out of 79 trophies completed.
Are you out there?
Yeah, we've got a a good while to best game OCE. Yeah, we've got a little while before we get. We're gonna be here. Yeah, I thought we were gonna get. Oh god, this is a voice crack. I thought we were gonna get like 10 by the end of this stream, but I don't think we will. I'm not gonna be like. How long have I been live for already? 3 hours. Probably be live for like maybe another hour, 2 hours. Probably go to 8. I think we should get some other ones done by then. Like now that we have, well, the thing is now that we actually can use like striders and all that. Clipping that voice crack. Yeah, now that we can like actually like ride the machines, it'll make things a lot easier. So, but quests. All right, we're gonna go do this real quick because I said we'd do it after I finish the proving. What have you been up to today, Cal? You just been playing some Taki?
Rom, can you hear me?
That must be Arana. Sounds like she's in trouble.
Oh, I gotta kill Watchers. Oh.
Yeah, get rid of them, please!
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, teach him a lesson!
Who, me?
Hello! Oh, and I get flashbanged.
Finish them off!
I just got yeeted.
That must be Arana. Sounds like she's in trouble.
Somebody, please! I'm surrounded!
6, thanks, Shaky.
Yeah, get rid of them, please!
Alright, come here.
Yeah, teach him a lesson!
Come here.
Get them!
There we go.
Take those watchers down!
All good.
Thanks for saving me from those machines. Can I talk to you for a minute?
Should be back. We should be good.
I just want to thank you. Thank you. I thought those watchers were gonna tear me apart.
Thanks,
Your
Shiki.
father sent me after you. It's time to go home.
You're beautiful.
I
Thank you,
figured.
Shiki.
But I can't go back until I get my mother's spear from that scrapper.
That spear must mean a lot to you.
My mother made it not long before she died. I can't believe my father lost it.
He didn't mean to. Scrappers are dangerous.
I know. I just can't stand the idea that it might be gone forever.
Your father is worried sick about you.
He gets worried if I go 10 steps to relieve myself in the bushes.
He doesn't want to lose you, Arana.
I know. But I do wish he wouldn't yell at me so much.
How did you wind up in that tree?
I tracked the scrapper to Mother's cradle. Caught a glimpse of it too, but then a watcher saw me and called his pack. By all, Mother, I'm just not a good enough hunter to get that spear back, am I?
Well, maybe, yeah.
I'll look for your spear.
You will? Oh, thank you.
Go find your father. His leg gave out while he was searching for you, just south of Mother's Heart.
Oh, no. Okay, I'll go to him right away. Thanks again.
Alright, now I'm gonna go kill a scrapper? Investigate the area. Watcher, that's a watcher. Another watcher. That is a safe point. I'm even going the right way. Cheeky.
Lorana's trail ends here. Must be where she saw the scrapper. If I follow its tracks, I should be able to find that spear.
Alright.
Mother's cradle.
Where is the scrapper? Hello, housekeeping.
The trail ends here. I'll bet it crossed the river. Better check the other side.
Bull. That's a bull. If the spear looks good, I don't care if mine. Actually, I'm too soft for that. Wait, what?
Red light.
Seven. I'm just getting... I'm just dying to bloody watches and just get yeeted. Where's the track? Wait, where is the track? Yikes. I will say the ragdoll mechanics are pretty funny. Go up here. Actually, I should do a manual save pretty soon. I think I'll do it after this mission.
There. Time to get that spear.
These fire arrows might work a little bit better.
Red light means trouble.
They're not resistant. What the? What did I get hit by? Oh wait. There's the trapper.
A well-made weapon.
Alright.
Arana will be happy to have it back.
I'm just booking it. I'm getting out. I'm getting out. No, thank you. Goodbye. No, watchers, you do not see anything. You are merely a figment of your imagination. No, leave me alone. And merely a figment of your imagination. 400 meters, yeah, and it's on foot as well. 400 meters on foot. So getting the ability to take control of machines will make that a hell of a lot easier. A little bit faster time to travel. Or quicker time to travel, is what I'm going to say. Need to get medicinal.
Saving these for the trail.
She'll get strong. Yeah. God, you get the cardio in for sure.
All Mother be praised. Aloy's back with the spear. First you send Arana back to me, and now you've got the spear. All around us the Nora weep for their lost children. I thought I'd be joining them. Thank you for sparing me that, Aloy.
And thank you for bringing back the spear.
Your mother knew how to craft them. It's of exceptional make.
I'll never be the crafter she was, but she did pass along a few tricks. I'd be happy to take a look at your spear.
Thank you. It sounds like she was special. I'm sorry for your loss.
Well, because of you, I still have the spear to remember her by. She would have liked you. I know it.
Alright. Now it's time to go take control of the machines. Oh, we got a damage boost. Ooh.
Striders. I can test the override device on them. Should go in quiet. Didn't go through all of this to wind up trampled by a frightened herd.
Wait, can I put this away?
Nice and quiet. Okay, here it goes. Come on, come on. It worked.
Let's go.
It's not all. There we go. That a boy. That's more like yeah, yeah, yeah. Ride. This Strider is fast. This beats walking.
It's a little faster.
I should try
mean-
overriding other kinds of machines. Probably can't ride them all, but I might find a use for them.
I mean, yeah, to be fair, it's like, it's better than having
Sounds
to
of
run
fighting.
everywhere.
Just outside the gate.
Watch yourselves!
The gates look shattered.
Bring it closer! Closer!
We're riding the thick boys. Hell yeah.
Varl, I take it?
Am I seeing things? Or were you riding that strider when you came through the gate?
I was. It's hard to explain.
I imagine so. Strange times we live in. We who've survived. I recognize you, of course. Aloy, the outcast who won the proving. I'm glad to see you survived your wounds.
High Matriarch Tirsa said you might know the way to Meridian.
The capital of the Carja Sundom? You seek exile?
No. A traitor named Olin. The Matriarchs made me a seeker so I could go after him.
Huh. And then you should head north to Mother's Crown. If you make it, talk to Maria. She'll point the way.
If I make it?
The trail is dangerous. Ever since the War Party massacre, our lands go unpatrolled, and our borders unguarded. We have no war chief to lead us.
Isn't that Resh's job?
Ugh. Only because Sona went missing. I'd go after her myself, but she ordered me to hold this gate with my life. And so I have.
You said the trail is dangerous. What sorts of dangers?
Almost too many to name. The killers are still out there, and somehow they've corrupted the machines, spreading madness.
Yes, I've seen it myself.
Bandits, too. Cutthroats who snuck across the border to prey on us. The word is, there's a camp in the metal ruins upriver.
Sounds like I need to craft more arrows.
I spoke to survivors. He said you fought bravely, as did Bast. And my sister.
Your sister was Vala? I'm very sorry. I liked her. I think we might have even become friends. If we'd had a chance.
Thank you. She died saving others. There is no better death.
You said
Why
the war
is
party
all
was
these
massacred.
dialogues,
When word came of the attack on the Proving, War Chief Sona assembled a war party to give chase. But in their haste to get vengeance, some braves broke rank and raced ahead, straight into a trap. A pack of crazed machines, seething with corruption, fell upon the braves and savaged them. War Chief Sona led a countercharge and destroyed the machines, but by then the killers were gone, and our losses were extreme.
You said War Chief Sona is missing?
Even when the war party was massacred, she wouldn't give up the chase. She called for volunteers and went after the killers.
You didn't volunteer?
Of course I did, but Sona denied me that. She ordered me to see the wounded back to the Embrace, and to guard this gate, to guard the Embrace with my life. That was days ago, and since then there's been no word from her.
So there's no way to know if she's alive or dead.
If anyone could survive out there, it would be her. Sona's prowess is legend, an unbending spear to measure ourselves against.
Sounds like she sets a high standard.
Oh, you have no idea. She's my mother.
I should be on my way.
Aloy, before you make the journey to Mother's Crown and beyond, is there any chance you could search for Sona? The tribe needs her leadership. I'd go after her myself if she hadn't commanded me to hold this gate at all costs.
Where was she last seen?
The War Party massacre site. A wooded hollow across from Devil's Thirst, on this side of the river. You might be able to pick up her trail there. She went after the killers who attacked the Proving, who killed those we love, who tried to kill you.
I get it, Varl. I'll see what I can do.
Let's... I guess take what we can from that. Where's my Strider? Oh. There we go. Never mind. You got passionate there? Yeah. A little bit too much for my liking. Let's go.
May the goddess protect.
Everything's my whole life. All of it in the embrace. The world just got bigger.
Alright, actually, let's do... That actually did. 3 hours...
This is more dangerous.
Yeah, 3 hours and 10 minutes playtime. Come on, go! Yeah! What are you gonna name the big boy? Chungus. Is that a watcher trying to chase after me, or is that a... I didn't know what's trying to chase after me. Actually, no, wait, I'm gonna go map. So we got Grazer. You have taste. I'll give that to you. Oh, jeez. Wait, how far we got? Oh, okay. Mother's Crown. The War Chief's... Oh, wait, is that where the... Southern Brace, Ruins, Strider, Mother's Heart, Massacre Site. 7 deaths is not bad for 3 hours. Yeah, like I said, like when I do this on the harder, like the ultra hard difficulty later on, we do New Game Plus, I feel like it's gonna be, I'm probably gonna reset the deaths then. It's gonna be longer. It's gonna be higher. I'm calling it. I'm just gonna be calling it. It's gonna be higher than what I've already got so far. But yeah, 7's not too bad, except some of those deaths are just stupid. Alright, let's get to...
That man. He doesn't look Nora. My focus is picking up some kind of signal. Maybe I can scan it.
Let's go see... Four with good deaths.
There's danger ahead, girl.
Danger for you, Outlander. This is Noraland.
Yes, yes, yes. Trespass is forbidden on pain of death. Strange phrase, the pain of death. See? This one's in no pain at all.
Who was he?
A thief, slaver, a killer. The kind that give honest killers a bad name.
Varl told me there would be bandit ambushes on the road.
Well, it's not all good news. They don't always come to you. Most dig out a camp, and there they'll sit like spoil on meat.
Unless someone does something about it?
I like you. Follow the trail of smoke on the other side of the ruins. I'll be there.
Yeah, right. Well, we're not going to do that, because... I want to at least try and get an actual fast travel point unlocked by the end of this stream. At least 1 to 2. Oh, actually, speaking of which... Well, we'll...
If I found out more about these machines, I could learn to override them.
You know, no, we'll do it now, because... That way it makes things a little easier.
I'm still getting a signal from my focus. The tall neck. Looks just like Ross described. The signal must be coming from its head. I need to get up there.
Oh.
Too difficult to climb. I'll have to find another way.
How do I get up there?
Those ruins. That must be Devil's Thirst. A city of the old ones. Of the Metal World.
I wasn't trying to get underneath him. I was trying to run away from the freaking watchers. Oh god. 8. 8. God damn it.
I must be closing in on the signal. I have to climb up to the tall neck's head.
How do I...
Burl said War Chief Sona went after the killers from the Proving. Maybe I should try to find her.
This... That's the way you can get up. Like... Repel?
Low and quiet does it. I should be able to jump onto the tall neck from here. Not enough handholds to climb those legs. There must be another way. Those ruins. That must be Devil's Thirst. A city of the old ones. Of the Metal World.
Am I high enough here? Why?
Something nearby is sending that signal.
That's 9.
Those ruins. That must be Devil's Thirst. A city of the old ones. Of the Metal World. This should be a good spot for jumping onto the tall neck. I need to find a way up to the tall neck's head.
Is it the spawn? Oh, it is.
All right. Now I just have to reach its head.
Up we go.
I know. I wouldn't want to be poked in the head either.
Oh no, I meant Aloy spawn it. Oh! Right.
So the tall neck remembers everything along its path.
There we go.
And sends what it sees to other machines.
That's definitely... I've definitely got 4. Unless we've got 3. Well, I helped, I guess. That's the thought that counts, you know? Wait. Wait, level... Oh, you got the light.
Varl.
Oh, wow. Wait, so does this actually count as a... Can't fast travel. So, okay, I need to get a fast travel pack. I figure out where I guess I get that then. Well, that opens up a lot. It actually does open up a fair bit, to be fair. Do I want to play more stealth? Additional natural resources. Move faster with the heavy wielding weapon. Actually, you know what? We're doing this one. Because I feel like if we're going to do bandit camps, that'd probably help a fair bit. It would help a fair bit.
Asked me to find Sona, the war chief. If I want to pick up her trail, I'd have to go to the massacre site.
Okay. Now, where is... Oh, so sort of really... Now, can I call my... There we go. Call Chungus. Counter ship it, yeah. Actually, I should do that now. Should make it so you guys can actually do it. Alright. Says 3 out of 79. I feel like I've done one more, but I think I'll check it after. We'll check at the end of stream. Just shows how much I'm sweating. Hot in this room at the moment. Okay. And also display. Upscale. No. Display mode. It's on, is it on borderless at the moment? I'll remember to turn off VSync. Oh, I didn't realize some of this stuff's actually been turned on. Apply. Yes. Okay. So we have to go this way? I think it's this way. This looks so much better on like even from the short amount of time that I actually played on when I played this on PlayStation, it still looks so good on PC. I can't get over how good it looks.
Toss them out.
You saw nothing. And the design, yeah, the designs are insanely good. Alright, I gotta get off here because I don't think I can ride a Strider everywhere, especially into a village. As much as I would love to.
But it won't stop the corruption.
Mother's crown.
Mark my word.
Feels more like a military curiosities for dreamers.
Here she is.
Tribe's been hit hard.
They made her a seeker. Come here, girl. Let's have a look at you.
The girl with the mark of a seeker. The Sentinel saw you coming.
You're Maria. Varl told me you'd know the way to Meridian.
The Carja capital. West will take you to it, but their soldiers will stop you long before you get there.
They can try.
No, what I mean is there's a Carja fort that guards the pass between east and west. Word is the Carja have sealed the gate out of fear of the corrupted machines infesting our sacred land.
So if I clear out the corrupted machines, they'll open the border?
I suppose. But I can't spare any braves to help you.
Who said I needed help?
You'll clear the valley, all by yourself.
I'm good with a bow.
For your sake? Better than good, I hope.
So I'll find this Carja fort to the west? And beyond that, Meridian?
Yes, the Carja call the place Day Tower. It's not far from the Forsaken Village.
What Forsaken Village?
It had a name once, not that it matters now. I was born there.
What happened to it?
The war. The Carja destroyed in one of their red raids. I was 15 at the time. I got away, others weren't so lucky. The Nora withdrew to this place, Mother's Crown, relinquished our claim on the valley. Even now, with the war behind us, we've left the valley be. A kind of buffer between the Sundom and our sacred land.
How far has the corruption spread?
I've seen it myself in machines at the head of the valley, and there's been word of corrupted machines in the south, too. Whatever the corruption is, it doesn't just affect machines. It burns flesh and sickens the injured.
Do the corrupted machines have any weaknesses?
Fire seems to affect them more than ordinary machines. A small mercy. This is a curse only the goddess can lift.
Unless we find out what's behind it and put a stop to it.
The matriarchs have spoken, Aloy. All we can do is fight, and pray to the goddess.
Mother's Crown guards the edge of the sacred land, right? So do you see a lot of foreigners here?
Yes. Not here in the village itself, of course, but in the valley beyond. Since the war ended, foreigners have been allowed in the valley, and Nora can trade with them, if they choose. It's a kind of in-between place, neither foreign nor sacred land. If you're curious, visit Hunter's Gathering. It's little more than a heap of dingy shelters and tents, but foreigners use it as a way station.
Sounds like a place where I could find out more about Meridian. So you're in charge of the defenses here?
Mother's Crown defends itself. During the war, it survived 15 assaults, broke 3 invasions. We will endure.
Trying to live up to glorious pasts as a way of getting people killed.
You wouldn't know this, but I won the proving the year I ran. Like you, I started off behind, had to find a shortcut. I barely made it, crossed the finish line with a broken ankle.
This isn't the proving, Maria. This is real.
You missed my point. Getting posted to Mother's Crown? It was the boon I requested. My prize for winning. Trying to live up to the glory of the Nora hasn't killed me yet. But if it has to, I'm willing.
I should be going.
All right. Be careful out there, Aloy. I hope you find whatever it is you're after.
4 hours.
So... Corruption zone. Level 15. What level are we at the moment? Level... $15, $20. Yeah, listen, I know we're like decent and all, but there's no way. Wait, what level are we at the moment? We're like what? 8? We're level 8.
Some things are beyond our ken.
We're level 8.
I'll know better next time.
I think. Yeah, golly. Actually. Yeah, okay, so 6,000. So I guess, yeah, before we go to Meridian, we'll do this one then. All the way back down here. But I gotta go, I wanna go get this campfire.
You're a Nora. Do your duty, and pray to be remembered well when you fall.
My own downfall.
Fast travel system allows you to quickly return to settlements and campfires you discovered. So, no. So do that. Is there any nearby? I don't have any fast travels. That's the problem. Yeah, I don't have fast travel back, so I can't actually.
Snow chill. Itches.
The corrupted machines. It's a perversion of nature.
Next time, I'll remember what the matriarchs decreed.
And now we've got to figure out how to get down there.
They say she fought bravely.
Oh, and I'm about to get stuck. Alright, let's go get this campfire. Perfect. Perfect. Alright. Where's Chungus? Hello, Chungus. Alright. On the road again.
Maybe there's a way to override them. Where would I find it?
Bloody bandits. Bloody bandits.
This must be where the war party got massacred. Such destruction.
Oh. Okay, now I can't have to enter on foot.
Lots of machines. Maybe the war chief left some. They sent a stampede of them down the slope.
What else?
The Nora managed to take down a corruptor, but not before the killers used it to send the other machines against them.
It's a watcher. Oh, hello.
Brave! Let us speak! The dead and wounded all cleared away. Are there no more braves or healers here?
Just me. You're hurt. What happened?
Well, I didn't. It's madness out there. War Chief Sona sent me back to report. I'm no good to her like this.
Varl told me that the war chief tracked the killers. Did she find them?
We followed their trail, but again and again they sent corrupted machines to attack us. My wounds started to slow me down, so the war chief sent me back to let others know she hasn't given up the fight.
So, you were here when the war party was ambushed?
I was. I thought after the proving there could be no darker day, but I was wrong. The war chief was delayed gathering the rear guard. Eager for revenge, the braves in the lead fell into the trap. Dozens lost in minutes. If Sona hadn't arrived and rallied us, no one would have survived.
Where is she?
Varl sent me to look for Sona. Do you know where she is now?
All I can tell you is where we parted. Near the metal tower, southeast of the ruins at Devil's Thirst. Look to the rise behind it with a lone boulder. I'll head for the embrace and report what I know to Varl and the others. May All Mother lend you strength. You'll need it, going alone.
On the road again.
They saw us.
That's alright. We're not gonna attack. We're fine. We're fine. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. Just keep moving. I'm gonna get up there.
Calm, calm. This must be the rise Sona's runner told me about. The war chief stopped here. So where did she go next?
Where did she
Arrow
go?
shards. They must have taken a moment to rest. Couldn't have been easy, going on after the ambush. Braves were crafting ammunition here. Dressings from wounds.
Oh, is that another? Oh, that's a tall neck. Wait, is that this? Is that the same one we've already overridden? Okay.
The runner wasn't the only one who got hurt.
It's just making sure it wasn't the same one that
Might be a
before.
blood trail I could
sorry,
follow.
it was a different one.
I should try my focus.
Let's see where this takes us.
Tracks. Boots and blood. Looks like Sona and her braves headed for that ridge.
Oh. Corrupted watchers. We're just gonna leave them for now.
A dead sawtooth. Maybe Sona took it out. She could be close.
Oh, that's turkey. That's... You know what? Screw you, turkey.
Nutritious.
Shall Savage, resources. Chill water, freeze, fire. Oh, okay. Not want to do that. Wait, have I got to? I'm probably have to scan this. Good shot.
You're lucky I happened by. One heartbeat more, and that sawtooth would have torn you apart.
Half a heartbeat more and I would have killed it myself. So you're War Chief Sona? Varl asked me to find you.
Has he held the gate?
He has, bravely. I saw him kill a corrupted machine himself. But he worries for you.
Our tribe needs strength, not sentiment. I've tracked some of the killers who struck the Proving. I crave vengeance. Do you?
You have no idea.
Show me then. Lend me your strength. Follow.
Alright, alright, alright.
The killers are just across this ridge, digging the cursed earth. The sin of the ancients is buried in that soil. Corrupter demons.
I know of them. I killed one at Mother's Watch.
A bold claim. I wonder if you'll live up to it.
Right.
Hours ago, I sent Braves into hiding in the trees below. On my signal, they'll attack. The enemy and their demonic machines outnumber us, but we will have fury on our side.
We could have more than that.
Explain.
That's Blaze. What we used to burn, they used to blast. It's how they dug out this pit.
So we put fire to it and then?
Boom.
Then let us begin.
Whoa, wait. Let's not rush. Give me some time to make an approach. If I end up alerting them, open fire.
All right. Let's see what you can do.
Just got what I need. Perfect. Who we got? Got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8. So 8 human, and then what? 1, 2, 3, 4 machines. Can't actually. Oh, that's pain. Oh my god. Better stop doing that.
Who's firing at me?
Oh. The wrong ones.
Still sniffing around.
I got nothing so far.
Is that gonna burn? Is it gonna burn? Come on. Come on. Still got one down there as well.
Find some cover, fool!
Oh, what the hell? Who saw me? Who saw me?
We're dead too if you don't fight!
Yeah!
Go!
Get ready to sting!
Oh my god.
Nora's above us.
Yeah, he's trying to get the high ground. Trying to get high ground, but in a cabin. Oh, wait, that's...
Keep quiet now.
Fear them!
Come on. God, stop moving.
Get back in there and fight!
Burn, bitch. They gave you easy numbers. All good, all good, all good. Level 9, let's go.
That's right. No one here.
Oh wait, they found a way up.
Better
Wait.
things to do.
Out already?
What? Oh my god, is that his head? How did I miss that? Oh. Bro, how is that missing? Oh my god, it's curving. It's curving. Alright, that's definitely gonna be...
Don't let it end like this! Fight!
5.
Last shot.
Easy.
Forget about traveling light.
Easy. Alright. Well.
This wasn't all the killers. I counted more at the War Party massacre. If I have to chase their filthy shadows from here to Spear's Reach, I will.
You're hurt. Losing blood.
My health is not your concern.
No one doubts your determination, but you need rest.
She's right, War Chief. Give your wounds time to close.
Varl, what are you doing here? I ordered you to hold that gate with your life.
And so I did, until the runner you sent returned with news of his encounter with Aloy and your location. I left the gate well guarded. My place is here, with you, with our vengeance. Am I not owed that?
Maybe I should have a look around, see if I can figure out where the rest of the killers are.
Do as you wish. Everyone else does.
Mother.
He is not happy. Alright, let me have a look. We able to upgrade? Traps and tripwires. Additional. Wait, where can we? Ammo crafter. Have I got to get? Oh, maybe I have to get a bigger satchel. Maybe that's what I have to do. I might leave it for now. So, gonna craft all that. Alright. You go up?
Commanders, over the past month, accidental blaze explosions have killed a dozen men. Here in the Ring of Metal, I've taken the precaution of placing our entire stockpile in a covered shelter, safe from stray sparks and lightning. And I've posted guards to control access. I urge you to take similar measures, or suffer the consequences. Supply Master Thran, out.
A blaze stockpile inside their base. Sabotage that, and we win. I found something. The rest of the killers are camped inside a ring of metal. Any idea what that means?
Damn them. The Ring of Metal lies in the ruins of Devil's Grief. That ground is taboo. I will return to the matriarchs, beg them to make an exception.
There's no time for that.
Blood spilled calls for blood spilled. If the ground is cursed, then let our vengeance sanctify it.
You blaspheme.
Please, War Chief, break the taboo.
Devil's Grief is a cursed place. But maybe Aloy's secret blessing can protect us. I'll send scouts ahead. Our force will assemble at the cliff above Red Echoes and launch our attack from there.
Sounds like a plan. See you there.
How far am I having to go? It's not too far. I'm assuming this is another corrupted zone. Right. 1750. We're at level 9.
Easy, easy.
Oh. I've got to get another. Alright. Go here real quick. I need to go get another Strider. I need to go get another Chungus. I think we lost our other Chungus. This will be Chungus 2.0. Let's go.
Be fascinating if they weren't looking for me. Woods, roots and trunks.
Save that. A campfire. Go, Chungus.
Damn.
Okay. Those are sawtooths. Wait. Is that sawtooths? Where's the notebook? Machine catalog. Or is it a scrapper? No. Pretty sure they're sawtooths. Game progression. We're at 11% through the game already. We've been playing for what? We've been playing for like 4.5 hours and we're already 11% through. So it's not too bad. Like we're like no, don't even. We're probably just a little over under a quarter of the way. But I guess that's also side quests and whatnot do go towards that as well, so now data points, frozen wilds, machine catalog, inventory. Trip through machines with shock wires. Oh. Data points. Machines. Okay, doesn't give me what I need. There's not really. I don't think I can override them. Not yet, at least.
Wherever these machines are made, could find a way to override them there.
Oh yeah, we're not gonna notify two. We're out of here. Okay, so I can't override them just yet.
Here we go again.
Devil's Grief. Foreboding sight, huh?
Don't you ever wonder what it used to look like? Back when the old ones lived here.
You're not like other Nora.
That's what they tell me.
War Chief? Our scouts found enemy camps in the ruins, guarding the approach to the Ring of Metal.
Then we should hit those camps first. Make sure they stay quiet.
Agreed. Wipe out the camps, and our enemies in the Ring of Metal won't see us coming.
I'll take out the alarms.
We'll send Braves to each camp to lie in wait. Which you start, they'll help finish.
How many camps have I got to take out? 3. Okay. I feel like I should probably do this on foot.
Braves, it is time. Time to fight. Time to kill. Maybe time to die. We will regroup there, at the base of the tallest tower. Then, to the Ring of Metal.
Haven't you got anything better to do?
Well, that's one way of dealing with. One way of dealing with Watcher. Oh.
All right.
How do I take out that alarm?
Someone here?
No. Oh, they're just going in. Alright, I'm gonna save that alarm.
Incoming fire!
Oh wait, never mind. That's the wrong person.
Found him.
That's the wrong.
You will perish.
Stay with me!
Come on.
Watch your heads! Feet on the ground!
Hey, how you doing? Bloody rat. Who else we got? Who's that?
Before the shadow!
For the sacred
Victory.
land!
Never
count the Nora out! I'll take it.
Alright. Well, that semi went to plan, to be fair. Need
I'll find a use for you.
Alright, I need to craft. Okay, which one's closer? Oh, they're both.
They know where I am.
I pressed the wrong button. I was meant to hit something else. I was meant to hit something else, not... That is my bad. That is my bad. What if I can actually, what I've been trying to do is see if I can issue debris.
No room.
Oh, oh yeah, let's go. All right, that's another trophy. Ancient vessel. Collect resources? Yeah. Oh, like yeah. Collect like got berries and that. Yeah. Oh, is it Yulia? Is that how? Am I pronouncing that right? Is it Yulia? How are you? Welcome in. I'm assuming you played this game before then. Collect on all the resources. That's a rock. Fire kiln root. Okay, that's okay. So I gotta try and get over there. What is Aloy doing?
Now they're hunting me.
No. There's no way you see me. There's no way you see me. I'm in tall grass. Actually, I should craft these. Be a bit more careful where I'm going. No. That is a rock. Okay, listen, I don't need more rocks. But what we will get is... Yes. Perfect. Perfect.
Save these for the trail.
Up first. Destroy the alarm. Wait. There's tall grass there.
Over here! It's her!
Maybe I have to time my attacks. I think that's probably why it's... Yeah. Trying to time my attacks. I just keep spam clicking and it's just not working. It's just not working.
We fought the machines for so long, when they could have been serving us. You hear that? I can hear you, I think.
You heard nothing. How many are there?
I know you're out there.
Eek. Right. How many more are there? There's one there. One there. One there. Resource supply box.
There! I see something!
Oh, you're joking, man.
Leave the signal to me!
There's no way you got that off.
Don't run out now. Fight! Backup is coming in.
Don't fight.
My aim is not on point at the moment.
cannot escape our grasp. Concentrate on your target.
Here.
Let's go. Take the arrow to the face.
Cancel the search. I got him.
Oh my god! Stop jumping in the water! Stop jumping in the water! Get out! Get out! Get out of the water!
Got you located.
Alright.
Too high.
Where are they?
Taking my point.
And
Don't lose it. We are all brave.
Always
today.
have faith in the Nora.
there we go. Alright, 2 out of 3.
You will not escape me.
Okay, I'm just gonna leave them to just do whatever they're doing.
Oh, Mother, guide my hand.
Just gonna leave them to do their thing, you know? Right. Okay. Where is the alarm?
Fight me.
Okay, am I missing anyone? Am I missing anyone? I don't actually know.
We will show him true strength.
Could something be here?
No, nothing's here, nothing's here.
I suppose it was nothing.
Yeah, you're hallucinating, mate. You're all good. You're hallucinating. I mean, you could come a little closer. Surprise! Okay. I'm just gonna have to drink one of these, I think. Oh. 12%. No one's looking. No one's looking. No one's looking. Alright.
Not alone.
Listen, I'm just gonna go for this guy.
Fight back, damn you all!
That away.
Down. For all mother.
Don't give up yet!
Come on.
Who broke
Headshot.
I knew we could do it.
Watcher here!
Wait, we get all of them? They don't go to the tallest tower.
There! Watcher!
Alright, we're going to the tallest tower.
Watcher!
The Watcher. Alright. Time to head to the tallest tower. That is, oh my god, that's gonna be a climb and a half. Talk to Sona. Wait, where is she? Aloy, yeah, to talk to... Oh, here.
The camps have been dealt with. Now to the Ring of Metal. Its high walls protect the enemy. We'll have to scale the height. Under fire if we're detected.
I have another idea. Their base has a weakness. Send me in alone, and I'll exploit it. If I'm successful, I'll blow a hole in those walls big enough for the entire war party to charge through.
Sounds like a plan. So long as I get to come with you.
A war chief should be grateful for 2 arrows so eager to spring from the bow. Yes, Varl. Go with Aloy as her spearmate, but be vigilant.
Yes, War Chief. I will.
Go now. We wait on your signal.
Alright. Let's get this done.
You do have a plan, right?
You followed me this far, even into the ruins. I thought you trusted me.
I do, but how would you know that this base has a weakness?
Patience, Varl. You'll know soon enough. Up you go.
Oh.
Take my hand.
The usurper Avad has made our tribe weak. We will show him true strength.
Oh.
Take the one on the right.
I'll take the one on the left.
Never complain about short rations or a dry throat.
I just remembered why she knows that, because of the that note that they had from the...
We've got company!
From the quartermaster. Was it the quartermaster? Oh wait, is he not dead? Why is he not dead? Wait, Varl? I thought Varl killed him. What? Oh god. Okay, that's 10. No. We at 10? Yeah, I think we're at 10. Bro, I actually thought Varl killed him.
Take the one on the right.
We might have trouble. Let Shadow enfold you!
Oh my god. Val is actually useless. I'm just putting it out there. Val is actually useless. Says take the one on the right. Doesn't deal the one on the left. Bruh.
Take the one on the right.
I'm gonna wait. I'm literally gonna wait.
I'll take the one on the left.
Before, I wasted my life drinking and fighting.
What's that up there?
These guys definitely pack punch.
Two more. You take the one on the left.
Alright. Use the long grass. Alright. I think we should be right.
There. See that covered shelter?
Do you see those corruptors?
Focus, Varl. That shelter is full of blaze, a whole stockpile of it. If I set it off, the explosion will destroy those corruptors and collapse the wall too.
A breach for the Nora to charge through. Can't hit it from here though. We'll need to get closer.
I'll get closer. You head back, tell Sona the plan, and lead them to that side of the ring.
I'll see it done. And when the wall collapses, I'll be first through the breach.
Now all I have to do is make it all happen.
Easier said than done. Oh, what the f...
If I can do this quietly, it'll be a lot easier.
Okay, I'm definitely gonna take my time with this, I think. Bellow back. How am I get down there? I can't move because I've got that watcher. I have to wait till he's. I technically have to wait till he's out of the way. Don't come here. Don't come here. What? I'm just gonna take it out.
Have to put you down.
Go.
Incoming!
Oh, I'm spotted. I need to get to that blaze fast.
No way. That's 11.
If I can do this quietly, it'll be a lot easier.
That grass isn't moving on its own.
Get past that Bella back.
Blast it. Man down. Man down!
How do you see him? Huh? So we'll just go back to normal.
Huh.
Yeah,
There's a relief.
Don't see anything.
I'm spotted. I need to get to that blaze fast.
Alright, book it. Push it. Book it. Just book it.
You cannot escape our grasp.
I should be able to hit the blaze from here.
The sun can't save you now.
Alright. Time
Well,
to
they're still surprised.
Only one way out of this.
Behind me.
This is what they deal with that. I can do
Watcher!
An easy shot.
Oh, it's just corruption. We're like 14 now.
There! Watcher!
The sun can't save you now!
Out of ammo, but not.
play.
She getting rolled.
There! Watch her!
The sun can't save us.
Get back in there and fight!
Oh my god, bro. Leave me alone.
You can...
Oh my god.
Got it.
What is going on? Hello? How do
Watch her!
Oh my god. How do I take this stupid Bella back out? Like,
You fool! I see him.
cannot run from righteousness.
Take the... Missed.
I've got you marked.
It's gonna run. It's gonna run. Nothing inside. Hello?
Stay together.
It's been 5 hours. Nah, it's more than that. It's at least like 6 or 7. It's like 7 or 8 now. Plus, it's a long game. It's actually like a very long game.
See her up there. She's up on...
Yeah. So takes a while to get some trophies. It's just I haven't updated it. Let's go.
All-Mother, look upon our victory. A debt of blood is paid. Remember this day, brave Nora.
From your lips to the goddess's ears. Yes, remember it. Be ready to leave this place. Let your spears and arrows rest in the bodies of the fallen. They are tainted, like these ruins.
Let's go. Alright, there we go.
It's
another
over.
trophy.
They won't be able to kill again. The killers, this corruption, they're all parts of the mystery I'm chasing.
Oh,
Where the trail leads,
not.
I go.
level 10. Oh, is it this? Wait, is it the corrupted zones? Yeah, it's the ones that has to be level 15 to do. I don't know about that, man. Alright, I'm gonna... Hopefully resting at campfires actually heals my health. Alright, I think after this, I'm gonna call it there. Does it? No, it doesn't. Oh, great. Alright. Right, how many in the game do you have to... Not that long, not that far. It's pretty early on. Like, once you do like the... I don't want to spoil it. Like, there's a trial you have to do. And I think it's like not long after that trial, you kind of get the chance to tame machines. But, yeah. It's been fun. This has been a lot of fun. I don't think it's definitely going to be a game that we're going to be going back to a fair bit. I think I'm going to close the game. It doesn't like when I like when we get to New Game Plus. It's gonna be nuts. Jesus, you have bushy eyebrows. Bro, you've only just realized that? You only just realized that. Yo, Yulia, thank you for the follow. Yeah, we're definitely gonna be playing this game a fair bit more. Actually, let me have a look. But I didn't know that. Ah, yeah, fair enough. Let us have a look. What are we trophies wise? We're at 8. So we're at 8 trophies. So we're at 8 trophies at the moment. Raid scars? I haven't even looked who I'm gonna be raiding. Like, that's the next thing on my list. Find someone to raid. Who we got? Josh.
Words me instead.
What the fuck is that? I don't know. Who should we raid? Oh, hang on. Someone. So as soon as I open that,
This is really bad.
Watching this. Just wait. That's all I hear. How far did you get? We got. Actually, let me have a look. Because it does show you percentage. So we got 8 trophies so far. So we got close, Shiki. We got close. I said 10. I did say 10. I said we were gonna get 10. Well, we got to 8. I'm happy with that. 8 out of 79. Story-wise, though, let's have a look. Wait, where's the game? Good on you, brother. Thank you. No, you didn't get 10, doesn't. Bro, I'm looking at trophies and it says 8 out of 79. If it's getting levels and all that sort of stuff, it still counts. Still counts. Alright, actually, let me have a look, because it actually does tell you. Yeah, 8. No, yeah, I did that. I get that. Oh, we got to about 14 deaths, so Shiki. We got to about 14. Alright, let me have a look. I haven't even had my Discord open. Bro, yeah, no, it's on the list. It is on the list. So it's gonna be, so we're doing this. We're doing Forbidden West right afterwards. Where's settings? No, it's not settings. What's it under? It's quests. So game progression. We're at 12%. We're at 12% through in about 5 hours. Probably, honestly, probably could have gotten further if I actually started earlier. I'm not gonna lie. I was planning on starting earlier, but 12%. To be fair, it's not it's not bad. It's not great, but like still, I'm still happy with how the progress we've made. Yeah, so we're going to be doing this. We're going to be doing Forbidden West as soon as it comes out on PC, and then I think I said I was going to do Jedi Star Wars afterwards. Exactly 12. Fuck you, boss. Fuck you. Like that's just main game, because we still got DLC to do as well. I'd say a month you'd be good. Yeah, I think if I do solo streams and I don't get caught up with like work and whatnot, then I feel like a couple of months was maybe exaggeration. But do remember, I have to do this all again on New Game Plus on the hardest difficulty after I do like all the main story and all the DLC. So it's like, bro, I won't lie, it took me 3 months to 100% audio. Oh, yeah. Red Dead's massive, though. And I think with Red Dead, you have to do certain, like, you have to complete certain missions or certain actions before you finish the actual story. Like, there's certain scenarios and all that sort of stuff you have to actually get done with people in the camp. I remember that. I never did that, but I remember it, that I had to do it. And then I got around to finishing the end of the game. I was like, oh, I just missed out on all these trophies. I was like, oh, well. Anyway. I've got dinner that I need to go eat, so I'm going to go try and... Oh, he's... Actually, you know what? Yeah. Fuck it. We'll raid Scars. We'll raid Scars. We'll raid Scars. Because he's playing... Well, he's playing... Yeah, he's playing... Apex at the moment. My brain just... See you next stream. I'll sit with you all over. No worries, Shiki. Thank you again for sticking around, right? Pretty much majority of it. So, I hopefully, yeah, I'll be able to set this in stone a little bit earlier. Thank you for the shout out, boss. If you haven't already, actually, I don't think I follow you, Shiki. I'll give you a follow right now. Appreciate you. All right. Yeah, we'll go say hi to Mr. Scars. And we're probably going to do this. Actually, no. So there won't be a stream next Sunday. Actually, I don't even know if there's going to be a stream at all next weekend. Because we've got because I'm playing in Schmidt and Wardy's Random Royale. I won't be streaming it though. Or I might stream during the day and then I won't stream at night. So I'm gonna be playing Schmidt and Wardy's Random Royale. And then Sunday I'm going out. And there probably won't be a stream Monday because I'm probably going to be recovering from the day before. So yeah, we'll just play it by ear sort of thing, you know? Alright. Let me get the song. Where is it? Emo's so cute. Yeah. Shout out, actually, if you guys haven't, go check out, oh my god, can I spell? Go check out. Boa is the one who did all my emotes. Thank you, boss. Mate, that's all you. Mate, that's all you. If you guys want to go check out Boa, she's actually the one who did all my emotes. Like, she killed it. I love them so much. Please go show her some love. Where the hell is this song? Brother, I'm so lost. No, I know it's here. I haven't saved. There we go. Alright. I made emotes. Yeah. It's a lot of work, and especially if you're doing like studying as well, like you're doing in uni, it's a lot. Alright, anyways. Let's go say hi to Scars. This wonderful man himself. Love him to death. Currently doing a Basecamp stream. See you, Scars. I'll just for a sec. Alright. And I don't know when I'll be live again. Might be live tomorrow, or actually I'll probably say Tuesday. I might say Tuesday. I'll probably do the schedule for this week, and have it posted later tonight. Much love, guys, and if you guys do want to join the raid, well, I'm gonna add that one that Boss actually put in, but it's the first one for non-subs. Sorry, first one for subs, second one for non-subs. If you guys haven't already, be sure to jump on the socials, best way to stay up to date. My main two spots that I'm usually active on is either my Discord or on my Twitter. And on that, I'm going to get out of here. I'm going to go eat. So you all take care, and I will see you all either tomorrow or Tuesday. But I'm probably thinking it's going to be Tuesday. I'll let you know. I'll keep you posted in Discord. Alright. My dog, I'm out of here. Peace.
Let it take me to that place now. I won't ever let my thoughts get away now. I got better things to do, picking fate now. I just wanna be the best, call me great now. I don't know if I'm okay or insane now. I remember better days on the playground, hoping I can find my way to even when I'm feeling down, I fight. Even when I don't know what is right, I'ma pick a side and I'ma take pride. I will decide my fate and I will never let them tell me who I am. If you try to shake me, I'll be damned. Planet on the ground is where I stand. Never give up, that was always the plan. It's so cold outside.